They say every healer pays a price for their gift. I just never knew mine would cost me everything I'd ever loved. My name is Eirlys Thorn, and I can see death before it comes. Not in visions or dreams, but in the silver threads that weave through the air around the dying, invisible to everyone but me. I've watched those threads tighten around throats, seen them wrap around hearts, felt them brush against my own skin like whispers of goodbye. For 24 years, I've lived in the shadow of this curse, hiding in the forgotten corners of the Thornwood territories, healing the wolves who seek me out in desperation while keeping my true nature secret. Because if they knew what I really was, if they discovered that I don't just heal wounds but can see the very moment death marks its prey, they'd either worship me or kill me. I haven't decided which would be worse. But 3 nights ago, everything changed. 3 nights ago, the silver threads appeared around every single wolf in the Shadowmere pack. All 300 of them, marked for death within the moon cycle. And tonight, their alpha, Lorcan Shadowmere, the most feared wolf in 5 territories, collapsed at my door with those same silver threads wrapped so tightly around his heart that I could barely see the man beneath them. He looked up at me with eyes like molten gold and whispered 4 words that shattered my carefully built world. "You're the only one." I should have turned him away. Should have locked my door and pretended I'd never seen those dying threads, never felt the pull of something ancient and inevitable drawing me toward him. But I've never been good at choosing safety over compassion. So I opened my door to a dying alpha and his cursed pack. And now, as I kneel beside him in my small cabin while his second-in-command watches me with suspicion and desperation warring in his eyes, I realize the truth. Saving Lorcan Shadowmere won't just cost me my secrets. It might cost me my life. But maybe, just maybe, some lives are worth dying for. Let me tell you how a forgotten healer became the only hope for a pack condemned to death, and how the monster I saved became the man who taught me that curses can sometimes be broken by the most unexpected thing. Love that refuses to let go, even when letting go would be so much easier. This is my story. And it begins with blood, silver threads, and a choice I can never take back. Chapter 1. The Silver Threads of Death. The first time I saw the silver threads, I was 7 years old, and my mother was dying. She lay in our small cabin in the Thornwood territories, her breathing shallow and labored, while my father paced outside, unable to watch, unable to help, unable to do anything but wait for the inevitable. But I saw them. Thin, shimmering threads of silver light, winding around her chest, tightening with each breath she struggled to take. They pulsed with a rhythm that matched her failing heartbeat, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. "Mama," I whispered, reaching out to touch one of the threads. "What are these?" Her fever-bright eyes focused on me, and something like understanding and fear flickered across her face. "You can see them?" she breathed. "Oh, Eirlys. Oh, my sweet girl." She died 3 hours later, just as the threads constricted completely, choking out the last of her light. And I learned the first rule of my curse: the threads never lie. Now, 17 years later, I stood in my herb garden in the fading twilight, watching those same silver threads weave through the air above the Thornwood territories like a spider's web of impending death. They were everywhere tonight, more than I'd ever seen before. Something was coming. Something bad. Eirlys. The voice came from the forest path, sharp with urgency. I turned to see Mireia, one of the few wolves who still sought out my healing services, stumbling toward me with blood staining her tunic. "Eirlys, please, I need your help." I was already moving, guiding her into my cabin and onto the examination table I'd built from salvaged wood. The gash across her shoulder was deep, clearly from claws, and the silver threads around her were thin, barely visible. She'd survive this. "What happened?" I asked, cleaning the wound with practiced efficiency. "Raiders from the Bloodcrest pack," she gasped as I began stitching. "They attacked our hunting party near the northern border. Said we were trespassing on their territory, but that's a lie. We were well within Thornwood boundaries." My hands still. "How many injured?" "5 of ours. 2 of theirs. We fought back." She winced as I pulled another stitch tight. But Eirlys, there's something else. Something strange. I looked up at her. What? The Bloodcrest wolves, they weren't just attacking us. They were ranting about a sickness, about how the Shadowmere pack is cursed, about how it's spreading. Her voice dropped to a whisper. They said Alpha Lorcan is dying. That his whole pack is infected with some kind of plague that turns wolves into something else. The needle slipped in my fingers, pricking my thumb. I watched a drop of blood well up, dark against my pale skin. That's just a rumor, I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to my own ears. Is it? Mireia caught my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. You see things, Eirlys. Things the rest of us can't. Is it true? Is the Shadowmere pack dying? I pulled away from her, finishing the last stitch in silence. How could I explain what I'd seen 3 nights ago? How could I tell her that I'd stood at the edge of Shadowmere territory and watched silver threads descend over their lands like a shroud, marking every single wolf for death? There are things happening that I don't understand, I said finally. Forces at work that are beyond normal sickness or injury. Then it's true. Mireia's face paled. The stories about you, they're true, aren't they? You don't just heal. You see death itself. I should have denied it. Should have laughed it off as superstition and rumor. But the look in her eyes told me she already knew. Yes, I whispered. I see it. And Mireia, whatever is happening to the Shadowmere pack, it's not natural. It's not a disease. It's something older. Something that was called down on purpose. A curse. A curse, I agreed. She was quiet for a long moment then. Can you break it? I don't know. I'm a healer, not a... The crash of my door, slamming open, cut off my words. 3 wolves burst into my cabin, all of them wearing the black and silver insignia of the Shadowmere pack. The largest one, a male with storm-gray eyes and a scar running down his left cheek, fixed me with a look of desperate intensity. Eirlys Thorn, he demanded. Who's asking? Rydian Vale, second to Alpha Lorcan Shadowmere. He took a step forward, and I could see the exhaustion etched into every line of his face. My Alpha is dying. We've tried every healer in 5 territories. They all say the same thing. There's nothing they can do. But there's a rumor about a healer in the Thornwood territories who can see things others can't. Who can heal wounds that shouldn't be healable. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'm just an herbalist. I set bones and stitch wounds. Whatever your Alpha is suffering from. He's been marked by the death curse of Morvina, Rydian interrupted. And before you say you don't know what that is, we both know you're lying. We both know you can see the threads. The cabin went silent. Mireia stared at me with wide eyes, and I felt the weight of every secret I'd ever kept pressing down on my chest. How do you know about the threads? I asked quietly. Because my Alpha can see them too, Rydian said. He's been able to since the curse took hold. And he said if anyone could help us, it would be the healer who shares a sight. I moved to the window, looking out at the darkening forest. The silver threads were thicker now, pulsing with malevolent energy. The death curse of Morvina, I said slowly. I've read about it in my mother's journals. It's ancient magic, forbidden for over 200 years. It marks an entire bloodline for death, consuming them slowly from the inside out until there's nothing left, Rydian finished. Yes. And it's not just our Alpha. It's the entire Shadowmere pack. 300 wolves, all dying by degrees. Who would do this? Mireia breathed. Who has that kind of power? Someone who wants the Shadowmere territories, I said. Someone who's willing to commit genocide to get them. Rydian nodded grimly. We have our suspicions. But suspicions don't break curses. We need a healer who can see the curse, who can work against it. I'm not a curse breaker, I protested. I don't have that kind of power. You have something, Rydian insisted. Otherwise, why can you see the threads? Why do you have the same sight as my Alpha? I didn't have an answer for that. I'd spent my entire life trying to understand my gift, reading every text my mother had left me, searching for others like me. I'd found nothing. No explanation, no others with the same ability. I was alone in this. just as I'd always been alone. "Please," Rydian said, and the desperation in his voice cracked something in my chest. "I know we're asking the impossible. I know you don't owe us anything. But my alpha, Lorcan, he's a good male. He's fought for years to protect the smaller packs, to maintain peace in the territories. If he dies, if the Shadowmere pack falls, there will be chaos. War. And you think I can stop that?" I asked. "One healer against a curse that's killed every wolf it's ever touched. I think you're our only chance." I looked at the silver threads still visible through my window, weaving their deadly pattern across the territories. I thought about my mother's journals, about the cryptic passages about ancient magic and the few who could perceive it. I thought about the fact that I'd spent 24 years hiding for my gift, afraid of what it meant, afraid of becoming something people would fear. And I thought about 300 wolves dying because I was too afraid to try. "Where is he?" I asked. "Your alpha?" Rydian's expression shifted to something like hope. "He collapsed 3 miles north of here. My scouts are with him, but he's fading fast. The threads, they're tightening." I grabbed my healing satchel, stuffing it with supplies I wasn't even sure would help. "Take me to him. Now." "Eirlys." Mireia grabbed my arm. "This is suicide. If you can't break the curse, you'll be blamed. The Shadowmere pack will." "Will what? Kill me?" I laughed, and it sounded bitter even to my own ears. "I've been dead since the moment I was born with this gift, Mireia. At least this way, I'll die trying to use it for something that matters." I turned to Rydian. "Lead the way, second. Let's see if your alpha's faith in me is justified." The run through the forest was brutal. Rydian and his wolves moved with the speed and grace of their kind, and I struggled to keep up, my human legs burning with the effort. But I didn't ask them to slow down, because with every step, I could see the silver threads growing thicker, and I could feel death pressing closer. We burst into a small clearing, and I saw him. Lorcan Shadowmere lay on the ground, surrounded by 4 wolves in defensive positions. Even dying, even marked by the curse, he was magnificent, tall and powerfully built, with black hair that fell across a face carved from granite and shadow. His eyes, when they opened at our approach, were the color of molten gold, and the silver threads wound around him so tightly I could barely see his body beneath them. "You came," he rasped, and his voice was like gravel and honey mixed together. "I wasn't sure you would." "I'm not sure I can help," I said honestly, dropping to my knees beside him. "But I'll try." I placed my hands on his chest, feeling for his heartbeat beneath the threads. It was weak, irregular, stuttering. "How long?" I asked Rydian. "The curse took hold 2 weeks ago. He has maybe 3 days left. The rest of the pack, some have weeks, some have days. It's unpredictable." I closed my eyes, reaching out with my gift, trying to understand what I was feeling. The threads pulsed with malevolent energy, ancient and hungry. They weren't just marking him for death. They were feeding on him, consuming his life force with every breath. "This is going to hurt," I warned Lorcan. "Everything hurts," he replied. "Do what you need to do." I wrapped my fingers around one of the silver threads. The moment I touched it, pain exploded through my body like lightning. I saw flashes, images that weren't mine. A woman with eyes like ice, chanting words in a language I didn't recognize. A ritual circle drawn in blood. Lorcan's face, younger, angrier, refusing something. And then laughter. Cold, cruel laughter that promised vengeance. I yanked my hand back, gasping. "What did you see?" Lorcan demanded, struggling to sit up. "A woman," I said, "performing the curse ritual. You know her." His expression went dark. "The Lyra Nightshade. My former betrothed. She cursed your entire pack because you refused to marry her?" "I refused to let her use me to gain control of the territories," he corrected. "The Lyra wanted to merge our packs through marriage, then systematically eliminate every other pack until she ruled all 5 territories. When I said no, she swore she'd make me watch everyone I cared about die before killing me last." He coughed, and blood flecked his lips. Apparently, she meant it. I sat back on my heels, my mind racing. A curse this powerful, cast by someone with that much rage and magical ability, it should have been impossible to break. But I'd touched it. I'd seen inside it. And for just a moment, I'd felt something else. A weakness. A flaw in the weaving. I can't break it, I said, and watched hope die in Lorcan's golden eyes. Not completely. Not alone. But I might be able to slow it down. Buy us time to find another way.
How?
Rydian asked. I looked at Lorcan, at the threads slowly strangling the life from him. The curse is tied to Thalira's hatred, to her desire for revenge. It feeds on negative emotion, fear, anger, despair. Every time you give in to those feelings, the threads tighten faster. So what? Lorcan said bitterly. We just think happy thoughts and hope the curse goes away? No, I said quietly. You tie yourself to something stronger than hatred. Something that can anchor you against the pull of the curse. Understanding dawned in his eyes. You. Me. I confirmed. I can see the threads. I can touch them without dying immediately. If I create a link between us, a healing bond, I might be able to siphon off some of the curse's energy. Redirect it away from you and into me. Absolutely not, Rydian said. That's suicide. It's a chance, I corrected. And it's the only one we have. Lorcan studied me with those intense golden eyes. Why would you do this?
You don't owe me.
You don't owe my pack anything. I thought about my mother, about the silver threads that had taken her from me, about all the years I'd hidden my gift because I was afraid of it, afraid of what it made me. Because I'm tired of watching people die when I have the power to help them, I said simply. And because if I don't try, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if I could have made a difference. I held out my hand to him. So, what do you say, Alpha Lorcan Shadowmere? Do you trust a strange healer with your life? He looked at my hand for a long moment. Then slowly he reached out and took it. The moment our skin touched, I felt it. A jolt of connection that went deeper than physical contact. The silver threads around him recoiled slightly, as if recognizing something they couldn't consume. This is going to require proximity, I said. Close proximity. I'll need to stay near you. Close enough that the bond remains strong. How close? Rydian asked suspiciously. Within arm's reach. Maybe closer. I looked at Lorcan. Which means I'll need to come to Shadowmere territory. Live among your pack while we work to break this curse. No, one of the other wolves said. Absolutely not. We can't bring an outsider into the pack right now, not with everything. She's not an outsider, Lorcan interrupted, his voice gaining strength. She's our healer. And if she's willing to risk her life to save us, the least we can do is offer her our protection and hospitality. He squeezed my hand, and I felt the bond pulse between us, warm and unexpected. Welcome to the Shadowmere pack, Eirlys Thorn, he said. I hope you survive what comes next. I looked at the silver threads, already loosening slightly around him as our bond took hold. So do I whispered. So do I. Chapter 2. The Pack That Death Forgot. The journey to Shadowmere territory took 2 hours through dense forest and treacherous mountain passes. Lorcan insisted on walking despite my protests, though I noticed Rydian stayed close to his alpha's side, ready to catch him if he fell. I walked slightly behind them, my hand still tingling from where Lorcan had gripped it. The healing bond hummed between us like a living thing, and I could feel his heartbeat as if it were my own, weak and irregular, but steadier than it had been. The silver threads around him had loosened, but they hadn't disappeared. They never would. Not until we broke the curse at its source. Tell me about your pack, I said, partly to distract myself from the exhaustion burning through my legs, partly because I needed to understand what I was walking into. Lorcan glanced back at me, and even in the moonlight, his golden eyes seemed to glow. What do you want to know? How many are infected? What are the symptoms? How fast is it progressing? All 300 of us are marked, he said. The symptoms vary. Some experience weakness, fatigue, loss of appetite. Others have started seeing things, shadows that aren't there, hearing voices in the wind. A few have begun losing their ability to shift. I stumbled over a root, catching myself. Losing their ability to shift? That's impossible. Lorcan's laugh was bitter. Yes, it should be. But the curse doesn't just kill us, Eirlys. It unmakes us. It's stripping away everything that makes us wolves, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but empty shells. And then we die. He stopped walking, turning to face me fully. But not cleanly, not peacefully. The curse ensures we suffer every moment until the end. I saw the weight of it in his eyes, the responsibility of watching his entire pack slowly disintegrate, of knowing he was powerless to stop it. We'll find a way, I said, with more confidence than I felt. The bond is working. You're already stronger than you were an hour ago. Because you're siphoning off the curse's energy, Rydian said sharply. Which means it's affecting you instead. He was right. I could feel it, a cold heaviness settling into my bones, a whisper of something dark at the edges of my consciousness. The curse recognized me now, and it was curious. I can handle it, I said. For how long? Rydian demanded. A week? A month? What happens when it consumes you the way it's consuming us? Then we'll deal with that when it comes. I met his eyes steadily. Right now, your alpha is alive and walking. That's more than he was doing an hour ago. Let's focus on keeping it that way. Rydian looked like he wanted to argue, but Lorcan raised a hand. Enough. She's made her choice, and I've accepted her help. We don't have the luxury of second-guessing now. He turned and continued walking. Besides, we're here. I looked up and felt my breath catch. Shadowmere territory was nothing like I'd expected. The packlands spread out before us in a valley nestled between two mountain ranges, and even in the darkness, I could see signs of a once thriving community. Stone buildings with carved wooden doors, training grounds marked by worn earth and practice weapons, gardens that had clearly been tended with care. But now, it looked like a place holding its breath before death. Wolves moved through the streets with slow, deliberate steps. Some leaned heavily on each other for support. Others sat in doorways, staring at nothing with eyes that had already seen too much suffering. And above it all, the silver threads wove through the air like a shroud, marking every single soul for death. "Oh gods," I whispered. "Welcome to the pack that death forgot," Lorcan said quietly. Or rather, the pack death is taking its time with. A small crowd had gathered at the edge of the settlement, alerted by our approach. I could see hope and suspicion warring on their faces as they looked at me, this stranger their alpha had brought into their midst. "Is it true?" A female voice called out. "Did you bring a healer?" "I brought hope," Lorcan replied, his voice carrying across the crowd. "This is Eirlys Thorn. She's agreed to help us fight the curse." Murmurs rippled through the assembled wolves. Some looked relieved. Others looked skeptical. "She's human," someone said. "How can a human healer help us with a wolf curse?" "She's more than human," Lorcan said. "She has a gift, the ability to see the curse itself, to touch it, to work against it. She's already begun helping me. The bond we've created is slowing the curse's progression." A bond. An older wolf stepped forward, his face weathered and stern. "What kind of bond?" "A healing bond," I said, finding my voice. "I'm redirecting some of the curse's energy away from your alpha and into myself. It's temporary, but it's buying us time to find a permanent solution." "And how long before the curse kills you instead?" the older wolf asked bluntly. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm willing to take that risk." The old wolf studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Brave words. Let's hope you survive long enough to back them up. I'm Kaelin, the pack's elder and advisor to the alpha." "Kaelin will show you to your quarters," Lorcan said. "You'll stay in the healing lodge. It's closest to my residence, which will make maintaining the bond easier. And it'll make it easier to keep an eye on her," Rydian added, not bothering to hide his suspicion. I couldn't blame him. If our positions were reversed, I'd be suspicious too. Kaelin led me through the settlement, and I tried not to stare at the wolves we passed. Many bore visible signs of the curse's effects. Pale skin, trembling hands, eyes that seemed to look through rather than at me. One young wolf, barely more than a child, sat on a doorstep with her mother. The silver threads around the child were so thick I could barely see her face. "How long does she have?" I asked Kalen quietly. 3 days. Maybe 4. His voice was heavy with grief. "Her name is Vea. She's 8 years old, and she's never done anything to deserve this." I felt something crack in my chest. After I've rested, I want to examine her, and any others who are in critical condition. Kalen looked at me with surprise. "You'd help them? Even though you're bonded to the alpha?" "I'm a healer," I said simply. "I help everyone I can." The healing lodge was larger than I'd expected, a 2-story stone building with windows that overlooked the valley. Inside, it was well stocked with supplies, though many of the herbs and medicines were ones I didn't recognize. "This was our head healer's lodge," Kalen explained, "before the curse took her." "I'm sorry. So are we." Sorrel was with us for 40 years. She delivered half the pups in this pack, mended countless broken bones, soothed countless fevers.
He paused.
She fought the curse for 2 weeks before it claimed her. She was the first to die. The weight of that legacy settled on my shoulders like a physical thing. "I'll do my best to honor her memory," I said. Kalen nodded, then left me alone to settle in. I should have unpacked. Should have rested. Should have done 100 practical things. Instead, I found myself standing at the window, watching the wolves move through their settlement, watching the silver threads pulse and tighten, watching an entire pack slowly die. And I felt the curse pressing against the edges of my consciousness, whispering things I couldn't quite hear. "You can't save them. You'll die just like all the others. You're nothing. You're no one. You're..." Stop listening to it. I spun to find Lorcan standing in the doorway. He looked stronger than he had in the forest, but exhaustion still lined his face. "How did you?" "The bond goes both ways," he said, stepping into the room. "I can feel what you're feeling. And right now, you're drowning in the curse's poison." He was right. I could feel it, the insidious way the curse worked, not just attacking the body but the mind, the spirit, the will to keep fighting. "How do you resist it?" I asked.
"Badly."
He moved to stand beside me at the window. "Most days I want to give in. I want to let it take me and be done with the suffering. But then I look at my pack, at wolves like little Vea, and I remember that giving up isn't an option." We stood in silence for a moment, watching the settlement below. "Tell me about the Lyra," I said. "How did she get this kind of power?" Lorcan's expression darkened. "The Lyra Nightshade comes from an old bloodline, one that practiced dark magic before it was forbidden. Her grandmother was executed 200 years ago for using blood curses. The Lyra was supposed to have renounced that heritage, but clearly, she lied. Where is she now?" "Last I heard, she'd taken control of the Bloodcrest pack after their alpha mysteriously died. Convenient timing, considering she cast this curse 2 weeks ago." His hands clenched into fists. "She's waiting for us to die so she can claim Shadowmere territory unopposed. Then we need to confront her. Break the curse at its source. We've tried. 3 times. Lorcan turned to face me. "The Lyra has fortified Bloodcrest territory with magical wards. My wolves can't get within a mile of her without collapsing. The curse tightens around anyone who tries to approach her, as if it knows we're coming for her. Then we need someone who isn't cursed to approach her." Understanding dawned in his golden eyes. "You." "Me," I confirmed. "I'm not marked. The curse doesn't affect me the same way it affects your wolves. If I can get close to the Lyra, if I can disrupt her connection to the curse." "She'll kill you," Lorcan said flatly. "The Lyra doesn't show mercy to her enemies. If she even suspects you're trying to break her curse, she'll destroy you without a second thought. Then I'll have to make sure she doesn't suspect." I met his eyes. "Unless you have a better idea?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Then, there might be another way. A ritual that could sever the curse's connection to its caster. But it requires something we don't have." "What?" "A blood sacrifice."
His voice was heavy.
Someone would have to willingly die to break the curse for everyone else. And not just any death. It has to be someone the curse is marked, someone it's already claimed. My mind raced. You're saying one of your pack members would have to let the curse consume them completely, then use that moment, the moment between life and death, to sever the connection. He looked away. I can't ask anyone to do that. I won't. What if they volunteered? I'd refuse. His voice was hard. I won't save my pack by sacrificing one of my own. There has to be another way. I understood his position, respected it even, but I also understood the mathematics of survival. Sometimes one life was worth 300. We'll find another way, I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. Lorcan looked at me then, really looked at me, and something passed between us, an understanding that we were both lying, both searching for hope in a hopeless situation. You should rest, he said finally. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to the pack properly. Some of them will welcome you. Others will see you as an outsider, a threat, or worse, false hope. I can handle it. Can you? He stepped closer, and I felt the bond between us pulse with sudden intensity. Because once you fully integrate into this pack, once you become one of us in truth, there's no going back. The curse will recognize you as part of Shadowmere, and it will come for you with everything it has. I thought it was already coming for me. Right now you're curious. An anomaly it's trying to understand. His golden eyes were intense. But once you're packed, you'll be a target. Are you ready for that? I thought about little Vea, about the wolves dying by degrees, about the fact that I'd spent 24 years hiding from my gift when I could have been using it to help people. I'm ready, I said. Lorcan studied me for a moment longer, then nodded. Then welcome to Shadowmere, Eirlys Thorn. May the gods have mercy on us both. He left, and I was alone again with my thoughts and the whisper of the curse at the edges of my mind. I moved to the bed and lay down, exhausted beyond words. But sleep didn't come easily, because I could feel it now, the curse's attention turning toward me, assessing me, trying to understand what I was. And in the darkness behind my closed eyes, I saw her. The Lyra Nightshade, standing in a circle of black candles, her ice-blue eyes fixed on some distant point. She was beautiful in the way winter is beautiful, cold and deadly, and utterly without mercy. She spoke, though I couldn't hear the words. But I felt them resonate through the curse, through the bond one shared with Lorcan, through the very air around me. She knew I was here. I knew I was trying to break her curse. And she was intrigued. I woke with a gasp, my heart racing, to find dawn light streaming through the windows. And on my bedside table, where nothing had been when I fell asleep, sat a single black rose, its petals dusted with silver, its thorns sharp as broken glass. Beneath it, a note written in elegant script. Welcome to the game, little healer. Let's see how long you last. The curse had just declared war. And I had the terrible feeling that I was already losing. Chapter 3. The Test of Shadows. I stared at the black rose for a full minute, my heart hammering against my ribs, before I reached out to touch it. The moment my fingers brushed the petals, pain lanced through my hand like I'd been stabbed. I yanked my hand back with a hiss, watching as silver lines spread across my palm. Not threads this time, but something else. Symbols. Ancient runes that burned themselves into my skin. What the? The door to my room slammed open. Lorcan stood in the doorway, his golden eyes wild with alarm. I felt that.
Through the bond.
What happened? I held up my hand, showing him the silver runes now etched into my flesh. They pulsed with the same malevolent energy as the curse threads, but somehow worse, more personal, more invasive. She left me a gift, I said, gesturing to the black rose. And I was stupid enough to touch it. Lorcan crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbing my wrist to examine the markings. His touch was surprisingly gentle for someone so clearly built for violence. Marking runes, he said grimly. The Lyra can track you now. See through your eyes, potentially. Feel what you feel. So much for the element of surprise. This is worse than that. He released my hand carefully. These runes, they're a test. The Lyra is measuring your magical capacity, trying to understand what kind of threat you pose to her curse. I looked down at my marked palm. And what happens when she finishes measuring? If she decides you're dangerous? Lorcan's expression was grim. She'll try to kill you before you can become a real problem. If she decides you're not a threat,
He paused.
she'll let the curse consume you slowly, the way it's consuming the rest of us. Either way, we're running out of time. A knock at the door interrupted us. Rydian entered without waiting for permission, his scarred face tight with concern.
We have a problem, he said.
Vea collapsed during the night. She's barely breathing. Kaelin thinks she has maybe hours left, not days. The 8-year-old girl I'd seen yesterday, the one with threads so thick I could barely see her face. Take me to her, I said immediately. Eirlys, you're marked now, Lorcan said. If you use your gift while the Lyra is watching through those runes. Then she watches, I interrupted. I'm not letting a child die because I'm afraid of being seen. I grabbed my healing satchel and followed Rydian through the early morning streets of Shadowmere. The settlement looked even worse in daylight, buildings in disrepair, gardens overgrown, wolves moving like ghosts through their own home. And everywhere, the silver threads grew thicker. Vea's house was small but well kept, clearly maintained with love despite the curse's effects. Her mother, a thin wolf with haunted eyes, met us at the door. Please, she whispered. Please help her. She's all I have left. The girl lay in a small bed, her skin pale as death, her breathing so shallow I could barely see her chest move. The silver threads had constricted around her throat and heart, and I could see them pulsing with each weak heartbeat, draining her life force with methodical cruelty. I knelt beside the bed, placing my hands on either side of her small face. Vea, I said softly. Can you hear me? Her eyes fluttered open. Brown eyes that should have been full of life and mischief, not acceptance of death. Are you the healer? She whispered. The one who can see the silver strings? Yes, sweetheart. I'm here to help you. Will it hurt? The question cracked something in my chest. I'll try to make it hurt as little as possible. But I need you to be brave for me.
Can you do that?
She nodded weakly. I closed my eyes and reached out with my gift, the same way I'd done with Lorcan. But this time, I didn't just touch the threads. I tried to understand them, to see how they were woven, where their power came from. And I saw it. The curse wasn't just killing Vea. It was feeding on her fear, her mother's grief, the pack's despair. Every negative emotion strengthened it, made it tighten faster. Everyone out, I said. Except her mother.
What?
Rydian protested. You can't just out, Lorcan said firmly. Let her work. Once the room was clear except for the three of us, I turned to Vea's mother. What's your name?
Mire, she said.
Mire, I need you to do something for me. I need you to remember the best day you ever had with Vea. The happiest moment.
Can you do that?
She looked at me like I was insane. My daughter is dying, and you want me to? Yes, I interrupted gently. Because the curse feeds on despair. It grows stronger when we're afraid, when we're grieving, when we've given up hope. But if we can fill this room with love instead of fear, with memories of joy instead of anticipation of loss, we can weaken its hold on her. Just for a moment. Long enough for me to work. Understanding dawned in Mire's eyes. She moved to the other side of the bed, taking her daughter's hand. Do you remember your 5th birthday? She asked Vea softly. When your father was still alive, and we had that picnic by the waterfall? Vea's lips curved in the faintest smile. You made honey cakes. So many honey cakes you got sick. Mire laughed, and it was a broken sound, but genuine. And your father chased you through the meadow, pretending to be a great terrifying beast. I wasn't scared though, Vea whispered. I knew he'd never hurt me. As they talked, I watched the silver threads. They were loosening just slightly, just enough. I wrapped my fingers around one of the threads, near Vea's heart. The pain was immediate and excruciating, worse than when I touched the rose. I bit back a scream as the curse's energy poured into me, cold and hungry and ancient. Through the runes on my palm, I could feel Thalira's attention snap toward me, could sense her surprise and interest. She was watching,
Learning.
measuring me.
Good.
Let her watch. I pulled on the thread, trying to loosen it, to redirect its energy the way I'd done with Lorcan. But this was different. Vea was so young, so fragile. The curse had dug its claws deeper, and pulling too hard could kill her instantly. So I did something I'd never tried before. I wove myself into the thread. Instead of fighting against the curse's energy, I let it flow through me, let it recognize me as part of its pattern. And then, slowly, carefully, I started to redirect that pattern, to shift the curse's focus away from Vea's vital organs and toward me instead. The silver threads around her heart loosened. The ones around her throat fell away, and I felt them coil around my own heart instead, cold and constricting. Eirlys. Lorcan's voice, sharp with alarm from somewhere outside the room. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not until Vea was breathing easier, not until color returned to her cheeks, not until her eyes opened fully and she looked at her mother with recognition and love instead of resigned acceptance. "Mama?" Vea whispered. "I'm here, baby. I'm here." I released the threads and fell backward, catching myself on the edge of the bed. The room spun, and I could feel the curse settling into me like a living thing, testing my defenses, looking for weaknesses. Through the runes on my palm, I felt Thalira's laughter, cold and cruel and genuinely amused. Interesting, her voice whispered through the curse, directly into my mind. "You're not just seeing my work, little healer. You're adapting to it, redirecting it. That's not supposed to be possible." I didn't respond. Couldn't respond. It took all my concentration just to keep breathing, to keep the curse's energy contained so it wouldn't explode outward and harm everyone in the room. "Will she be okay?" Mireille asked, looking between her daughter and me with desperate hope. "She'll live," I managed. "But the curse isn't gone. It's just delayed. You have maybe a week now instead of hours. Use it well." I stood on shaking legs and stumbled toward the door. Lorcan caught me before I could fall, his arm around my waist, supporting my weight. "You're a fool," he said, but there was something else in his voice. Admiration, maybe, or fear. "A fool who just saved a child's life," I replied. He didn't argue. Back at the healing lodge, I collapsed onto the bed while Lorcan paced like a caged animal. "You can't keep doing this," he said, "taking the curse into yourself for every dying pack member. There are 300 of us, Eirlys. You'll be dead within a week. Then we'd better find a way to break the curse before then," I said. "And how do you propose we do that when you've just given Lyra exactly what she wanted?" He spun to face me, his golden eyes blazing. "She's inside your head now. She can track you, watch you, potentially control you. You've made yourself into the perfect weapon against us. Or the perfect weapon against her," I countered. "The connection goes both ways, Lorcan. If she can see through my eyes, maybe I can see through hers. Maybe I can find a weakness we can exploit." "That's insane. Do you have a better idea?" He opened his mouth, closed it, then let out a frustrated growl that sounded more wolf than man.
"Fine," he said.
"But you're not doing this alone. If you're going to try to use the connection against Lyra, I'm staying close. The bond between us might offer some protection, some buffer against her influence. You need to lead your pack. Rydian can handle things for a few days." He pulled a chair over to the bedside and sat down, his expression brooking no argument. "Besides, someone needs to make sure you don't kill yourself trying to save everyone." Despite everything, I felt a smile tug at my lips. "Has anyone ever told you you're insufferably stubborn?" "Constantly." His expression softened slightly. "Usually right before I prove them right." We sat in silence for a moment, and I could feel the bond between us humming with something that felt almost like companionship, almost like trust. "Tell me about your gift," Lorcan said finally. "How did you learn to do what you do?" "I didn't learn," I said. "It's just always been there. Ever since my mother died, I've been able to see the threads. At first, I thought I was going insane. Then I thought maybe everyone could see them and just didn't talk about it. But eventually I realized That you were alone, he finished quietly. Yes. I know that feeling. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. When I first started seeing the curse threads, I thought I was losing my mind. The symptoms started weeks before the actual curse manifested. Little glimpses of silver in my peripheral vision. Whispers in the dark. The Lyra was testing the curse, I think, making sure it would take hold properly. And when did you realize what was happening? When I woke up one morning and saw threads around every member of my pack. His voice went hollow. I knew immediately what it meant, what she'd done, and I knew I was powerless to stop it. The pain in his voice was raw and real, and I felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for this alpha who carried the weight of 300 deaths on his shoulders. You're not powerless, I said. You're still fighting, still searching for solutions. That's not powerless. Isn't it?
He looked at me.
I can't protect my pack from this. I can't break the curse. I can barely keep myself standing most days. All I can do is watch them die one by one and pretend I have everything under control. But you do have something, I said. You have me. The words hung in the air between us, heavier than I'd intended. For now, he said quietly, until the curse claims you too. Then we'd better make sure that doesn't happen. Before he could respond, a commotion outside drew our attention. Shouts, running footsteps, the sound of something crashing. Lorcan was on his feet instantly, his body tense and ready for a fight. Rydian burst through the door, his face pale. We have a problem. The wards around the territory just failed. All of them simultaneously. That's impossible, Lorcan said. Those wards have been in place for decades. The Lyra brought them down, I said, looking at the runes on my palm. They were glowing now, pulsing with malevolent energy. She's coming. Here?
Now.
Rydian looked between us. We're not ready for a direct assault. Half the pack can barely walk, let alone fight. She's not coming to fight, I said, understanding flooding through me as I felt the Lyra's presence pressing against the edges of my mind. She's coming to test me, to see if I'm worthy of her attention. What does that mean? Lorcan demanded. I stood on shaking legs, moving to the window. In the distance, I could see movement at the edge of the settlement. Figures in black and red, the colors of the Bloodcrest pack. And at their head, a woman with ice-blue eyes and a smile like winter itself. The Lyra Nightshade had come to play. It means, I said quietly, that the game just got a lot more dangerous. Chapter 4. The Witch's Wager. The Bloodcrest wolves stopped at the settlement's edge, forming a perfect semicircle around their leader. The Lyra stood at the center, dressed in black leather and crimson silk, her platinum hair falling like a waterfall down her back. Even from a distance, I could feel the power radiating from her, ancient, cold, and utterly ruthless. Stay here, Lorcan commanded, already moving toward the door. Absolutely not. I grabbed my cloak and followed him. She came for me. Running away won't change that. She came to kill you. Maybe. Or maybe she came to make a deal. I met his eyes. Either way, hiding won't save your pack. His jaw tightened, but he didn't argue further. Together, we walked out to meet her, with Rydian and a dozen of Shadowmere's strongest wolves flanking us. Though strongest was relative now, every one of them bore the marks of the curse, moving with the careful deliberation of those who knew their bodies could betray them at any moment. The Lyra watched our approach with an expression of detached amusement, like a cat watching mice scurry across a floor. Lorcan, she said, her voice like honey poured over broken glass. You look terrible. The curse suits you. The Lyra. Lorcan's voice was carefully neutral. You're trespassing on Shadowmere territory. State your business or leave. So formal. She tilted her head, studying him with those ice-blue eyes. After everything we once meant to each other, you'd speak to me like a stranger? We were never anything to each other except a political arrangement, Lorcan said flatly. One you destroyed when you cursed my entire pack because I refused to be your puppet. Puppet. The Lyra laughed, and it was a beautiful, terrible sound. I offered you an empire, Lorcan. The 5 territories united under our rule. Peace through strength. Order through power. And you threw it away because of your precious morals. You mean I refused to help you murder every alpha who wouldn't bow to you? His hands clenched into fists. There's a difference between unity and tyranny. Is there? Thalira's gaze slid past him to fix on me. And who is this? The little healer I've been hearing so much about. I forced myself to step forward, to meet those ice-blue eyes without flinching. Eirlys Thorn. Eirlys. She drew out my name like she was tasting it. The girl who can see my beautiful work. Who can touch the curse without dying immediately. Who thinks she can break what I've spent months perfecting. I don't think, I said. I know. Her smile widened. Such confidence. I like that. It makes what comes next so much more entertaining. She raised her hand, and the blood-crest wolves behind her shifted, their bodies tensing in preparation for attack. Wait, I said quickly. You didn't come here just to gloat. You want something. The Lyra lowered her hand, her expression shifting to one of genuine interest. Smart girl. Yes, I want something. And fortunately for you, I'm willing to make a bargain. What kind of bargain? Lorcan demanded. Not with you. Thalira's eyes remained fixed on me. With her. The healer who's been siphoning off my curse energy, redistributing it, weakening its hold on your pack. That's quite a gift you have, Eirlys. Quite unique. Through the runes on my palm, I could feel her probing at my defenses, trying to understand the extent of my abilities. I'm listening, I said. A test, the Lyra said. 3 challenges. If you complete them, I'll give you what you need to break the curse. The ritual, the components, even my blood, if that's what it takes. And if I fail? Her smile turned predatory. If you fail, the curse accelerates. Everyone in Shadowmere dies within 3 days instead of 3 weeks, including you, since you've so generously tied yourself to their fate. Don't do it, Rydian said immediately. It's a trap. Of course it's a trap, the Lyra agreed pleasantly. But it's also your only chance. Without my cooperation, you'll never break the curse. The magic is too complex, too deeply woven. You can slow it, redistribute it, buy yourself time, but you cannot end it. Not without me. I hated that she was right. Hated that she held all the power here, that we were dancing to her tune. What are the challenges? I asked. Eirlys, no, Lorcan started. What are they? I repeated, my eyes never leaving Thalira's face. She clapped her hands together, delighted. The first, a test of sight. You claim you can see my curse, but can you see beyond it? Can you perceive the deeper magic at work? The second, a test of will. The curse feeds on despair, on fear, on negative emotion. Can you maintain hope when I show you exactly how hopeless your situation is? And the third, I asked, my mouth dry. The third is a surprise. Her smile was cruel. Let's just say it will require you to make a choice no healer should ever have to make. This is insane, Lorcan said. You're asking her to play your twisted games while my pack dies around us. I'm offering her a chance, the Lyra corrected, which is more than I've offered anyone else. Accept my wager, little healer, or watch everyone you're trying to save crumble to dust. Those are your options. I looked at Lorcan, at his pack standing behind him, weakened and dying but still defiant. I thought about Vea, about the temporary reprieve I'd given her that would mean nothing if the curse wasn't broken. I thought about the fact that I'd spent 24 years hiding from my gift, and maybe this was exactly why I'd been given it, for this moment, this impossible choice. I accept, I said. Eirlys. Lorcan grabbed my arm. It's the only way, I said quietly, looking up at him. You know it is. Something passed between us through the bond. Fear, frustration, and beneath it all, a fragile thread of trust. If she dies, Lorcan said, turning to the Lyra, if you kill her through your challenges, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Curse or no curse, I will make you suffer for every moment of pain you've caused. How romantic, the Lyra said dryly. But threats are meaningless when you'll be dead in 3 weeks anyway. Now then, Eirlys, shall we begin? When? Now, of course. The first challenge awaits in the forest, 1 mile east of here. You have until sunset to complete it. She glanced at the position of the sun. That gives you approximately 4 hours. I suggest you don't waste time. She's not going alone, Lorcan said. Actually, she is. The Lyra's expression turned serious. These challenges are for her and her alone. Anyone who tries to help her automatically fails the test, and the curse accelerates immediately. Those are the rules. Your rules, Rydian spat. My curse, my rules. The Lyra shrugged. Take it or leave it. I'll take it, I said before anyone could argue further. 1 mile east. Sunset deadline. Anything else I should know? Just one thing. The Lyra stepped closer, close enough that I could smell winter roses and something darker beneath. The challenges will show you truths you'd rather not see. They'll force you to confront parts of yourself you've spent years hiding from. And if you break, if your mind shatters under the weight of what I show you, well, that would be a shame. She touched my cheek with one cold finger, and I felt the runes on my palm flare with sudden heat. Good luck, little healer. You're going to need it. Then she and her wolves were gone, disappearing into the forest like smoke. I stood there for a moment, my heart pounding, trying to process what I'd just agreed to. You shouldn't have accepted, Lorcan said, his voice tight with controlled fury. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice. Not when the alternative is watching your entire pack die. I turned to face him. I know you're angry. I know you think I'm walking into a death trap. But this is what I came here to do. To help. To heal. To fight against this curse with everything I have. And what if everything you have isn't enough? His golden eyes were pained. What if she's designed these challenges specifically to break you? Then I break. I tried to smile, though it felt brittle. But at least I'll stop trying. He looked like he wanted to argue further, but Kalen interrupted, approaching with his weathered face gravely. Alpha, we have another problem. 3 more pack members collapsed this morning. The curse is accelerating, just like she said it would. Because I accepted the challenge? I asked, my stomach dropping. No, Kalen said. This started before the Lyra arrived. The curse is adapting, learning from what you did with Vea. It's tightening its grip on the others to compensate for the energy you redirected. Of course it was. The Lyra wouldn't just sit back and let me slowly save everyone. She'd built adaptation into the curse itself. I need to go, I said. The sooner I complete this challenge, the sooner we can move forward. At least take supplies, Rydian said. Water, weapons. No weapons, Lorcan interrupted, his expression distant. If I know the Lyra, bringing weapons would violate the spirit of the challenge. She wants to test Eirlys's gift, not her combat skills.
He was probably right.
The Lyra struck me as someone who played by very specific rules, even when those rules were designed to ensure her victory. I walked back to the healing lodge, very aware of Lorcan following close behind. Inside, I grabbed my satchel, filling it with basic healing supplies and a water skin. The bond, Lorcan said suddenly. It connects us. Maybe through it, I can... No, I said firmly. If you try to help me through the bond, you'll trigger the acceleration clause. I can feel it. The Lyra built safeguards into her curse specifically to prevent outside interference. So, you're just going to walk into the forest alone, face whatever nightmare she's prepared for you, and hope you survive. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I turned to face him, and the fear in his eyes nearly undid my resolve. Lorcan, I need you to trust me. Trust that I can handle this. I do trust you, he said quietly. It's the Lyra I don't trust. And it's the thought of losing you that terrifies me. The admission hung in the air between us, raw and unexpected. You barely know me, I said. I know enough. He stepped closer, and I could feel the bond between us humming with intensity. I know you're brave and selfless and stubborn as hell. I know you walked into a dying pack and offered hope when we had none. I know that in less than 2 days, you've become essential to my pack's survival. And I know. He stopped himself, jaw clenching. You know what? I asked softly. I know I can't lose you. His voice was rough. Not to the Lyra, not to the curse, not to these damned challenges. So please, Eirlys, be careful. Come back. I reached up and placed my hand against his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin, the rapid pulse at his throat. I'll come back, I promised. I'm not done fighting yet. Then, before I could lose my nerve, I stepped away and headed for the door. Eirlys, Lorcan called after me. I looked back. When you face whatever she's prepared, remember that the curse feeds on fear and despair. Don't give it what it wants. I nodded, then stepped out into the morning light. The walk to the eastern forest edge was quiet. Wolves watched me pass, some with hope in their eyes, others with resignation. They knew what I was doing, knew what was at stake. At the forest boundary, I found Rydian waiting. I'm not here to help, he said quickly, raising his hands. I'm here to tell you something.
What?
The Lyra's challenges. They're not random. She's building something, testing you for a specific purpose. His scarred face was serious. My guess? She wants to recruit you, turn you to her side. These challenges are designed to show you that Lorcan and Shadowmere aren't worth saving. That's insane. Is it? He leaned closer. Think about it. A healer who can see and manipulate curse magic? That's exactly the kind of ally the Lyra would want. Someone who could help her perfect her dark magic, make it even more powerful. The thought made my skin crawl. I would never. I know. But make sure she knows that too. He stepped back. Good luck, healer. We're all counting on you. Then he was gone, and I was alone at the forest edge. I took a deep breath and stepped into the trees. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. Just silence and shadows, and the feeling of being watched. I walked east, counting my steps, watching for any sign of the Lyra's challenge. I found it exactly 1 mile in, a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, and in the center, a mirror. Not a natural pool of water or a reflective surface. An actual standing mirror, ornate and ancient, with a frame carved with runes that matched the ones on my palm. And on the ground before it, a note written in the Lyra's elegant script. The first challenge, see yourself truly. Look into the mirror and face what you've spent your life running from. Only when you accept all of yourself, light and shadow, strength and weakness, gift and curse, will you be allowed to pass. Fail to look, or look away before the vision is complete, and the curse accelerates. You have until sunset. The mirror is waiting, little healer. Are you brave enough to look? I stared at the mirror, at my own reflection staring back at me. And I realized that the Lyra had chosen her first challenge perfectly. Because the one thing I'd been running from my entire life wasn't death, or wolves, or even my gift. It was myself. Chapter 5. Reflections of Truth. I stood before the mirror for a long moment, my reflection staring back at me with eyes that looked too knowing, too ancient. Just a mirror, I told myself. Just glass and silver and whatever magical nonsense the Lyra has woven into it. But I knew better. I could see the silver threads wrapping around the frame, pulsing with the same energy as the curse. This wasn't just a mirror. It was a doorway to what I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. The sun had already climbed higher in the sky. I had maybe 3.5 hours left until sunset. Only when you accept all of yourself, light and shadow, strength and weakness, gift and curse, will you be allowed to pass. I took a deep breath and stepped closer. My reflection moved with me, but there was something off about it. The way it held itself, the expression in its eyes, it was me, but also not me. Like looking at a version of myself that had made different choices, lived a different life. All right, the Lyra, I said aloud. Let's see what you've got. I placed my palm against the mirror's surface. The world inverted. One moment I was standing in the forest clearing. Next, I was falling through silver light, through layers of memory and possibility, through the spaces between what was and what could have been. I landed hard on the stone floor, the impact jarring my bones. When I looked up, I was no longer in the forest. I was in my childhood home. The small cabin in the Thornwood territories where I'd grown up, where my mother had died, where my father had remarried and had 3 daughters who could shift while I could not. "No," I whispered. "This isn't real." "Isn't it?" The voice came from behind me. I spun to find myself standing there, but older, harder, with eyes that held nothing but bitterness and rage. "Who are you?" I demanded. "I'm you," the other Eirlys said. "Or rather, I'm the you that you could have become. The you that you're terrified of becoming." She moved around me in a slow circle, and I noticed details I'd missed at first. The silver threads woven through her hair, the dark runes covering her arms, the way shadows seemed to cling to her like a cloak. "You stopped fighting against your gift and started using it," she continued. "You realized kindness is weakness, that compassion is just another word for being prey." "That's not true," I said. "Isn't it?" She gestured around us, and the cabin's walls became transparent, showing scene after scene from my past. There, my father, telling the 7-year-old me that I was disappointed, that a daughter who couldn't shift was worse than no daughter at all. There, my stepmother, whispering to her perfect shifting daughters that they should stay away from me, that weakness might be contagious. There, the pack healer who'd refused to take me as an apprentice because why waste time training someone who'll never be a real wolf? "You spent your entire childhood being told you were broken," the shadow Eirlys said. "Being treated like you were less than nothing. And what did your kindness get you? What did your compassion earn you?" "It made me who I am," I said, but my voice wavered. "It made you a doormat." She stepped closer, and her eyes, my eyes, were cold. "You could have been powerful. With your gift, you could have made them all bow to you. Make them beg for your help. Made them pay for every moment of pain they caused you. That's not who I want to be. Liar." She smiled, and it was cruel. "I can see inside your head, remember? I am inside your head. I know about the rage you keep locked away. The resentment. The dark satisfaction you felt every time someone who'd hurt you came crawling to you for healing." She was right. God help me, she was right. I did feel satisfaction sometimes, when the wolves who'd mocked me had to swallow their pride and ask for my help. I did feel a bitter sort of vindication when my healing proved more effective than the real pack healers who'd dismissed me. "There it is," Shadow Eirlys purred. "The truth you've been hiding from. You're not as selfless as you pretend to be. You're angry. You're hurt. And deep down, you want revenge just as much as the Lyra does." "No," I said, but the word came out weak. The scene around us shifted. Now we stood in Shadowmere territory, but it was burning. Wolves lay dead in the streets, and standing in the center of it all was me, the shadow version, wreathed in silver threads, with the Lyra at her side. "This is what you could have," Shadow Eirlys said. "Power, respect,
Fear.
Join the Lyra, learn to wield the curse magic instead of just seeing it. Together, you could reshape the territories into something better. Something where healers like us are valued, where gifts like ours are celebrated instead of feared." "By killing innocent wolves?" I demanded. "By cursing entire packs." "Who says they're innocent?" She waved her hand, and the burning settlement disappeared, replaced by scene after scene of wolf packs turning on their weakest members. Omegas sold like property. Healers executed for failing to save powerful alphas. Children left to die in the wilderness because they couldn't shift. "The wolf territories are built on brutality," Shadow Eirlys said. "On the strong devouring the weak. The Lyra understands this. She's willing to use that same brutality to create something better, a world where power is the only thing that matters, and those of us with true power finally get what we deserve." "And what about compassion?" I asked. "What about mercy, healing, helping those who can't help themselves? Luxuries for those who can afford them." She moved closer until we were face to face. "You've seen what compassion gets you, Eirlys. It gets you a pack full of dying wolves who'll thank you for your sacrifice and then forget you the moment they're safe. It gets you a bond with an alpha who'll use you until the curse kills you, then move on to the next convenient healer. Lorcan isn't like that, isn't he? Her smile was knowing. He brought you here as a political tool, a symbol of his precious reforms. He kept you close because you're useful, not because he cares about you as a person. That's not true. Then why didn't he fight harder to stop you from accepting Thalira's challenge? She pressed. Why did he let you walk into the forest alone, knowing you might die? Because you're expendable, Eirlys. Just like you've always been expendable to everyone who's ever claimed to care about you. The words hit like physical blows because part of me, a small, damaged part, believed them. I can see you wavering, Shadow Eirlys said softly. I can feel the doubt creeping in. Good. That's the first step toward clarity, toward accepting what you really are. And what's that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Powerful. She placed her hand on my shoulder, and I felt dark magic surge through me, intoxicating, terrifying, seductive. You're not broken, Eirlys. You're evolved. Your gift isn't a curse. It's an opportunity. The ability to see death, to manipulate it, to redirect it, that's not something to hide from. That's something to embrace. The magic felt good. That was the terrifying part. It felt like coming home, like finally accepting a part of myself I'd spent years denying. Let go of your fear, she urged. Let go of your guilt. Accept that you're angry, that you want power, that you're tired of being the weak one everyone tramples over. Accept it, and you can be free. For a moment, one dangerous, tempting moment, I considered it. What if she was right? What if I was wasting my gift on wolves who'd never truly appreciate it? What if Thalira's offer of power and respect was exactly what I needed? What if? She's all I have left. Vea's mother's voice, echoing through my memory. Thank you for being brave enough to come here. Lorcan's words, spoken with genuine gratitude. You're not just seeing my work, little healer. You're adapting to it. Even Thalira's words held a clue. I wasn't just seeing death and curse magic. I was adapting it, redirecting it, turning it toward something different. Not toward destruction. Toward healing. No, I said, and this time my voice was steady. Shadow Eirlys's expression hardened. No. You're right about some things, I admitted. I am angry. I do want respect. I am tired of being dismissed and undervalued. But you're wrong about the solution. I stepped back from her touch, from the seductive pull of dark magic. Power built on fear and cruelty isn't power, I said. It's just another form of weakness. Thalira thinks she's strong because she can curse and kill, but she's terrified that without that power, she's nothing. That people would abandon her if they weren't afraid of her. And Lorcan, Shadow Eirlys demanded. Do you think he's any different? Yes, I said, and realized I meant it. Because Lorcan is trying to build something based on loyalty and competence, not fear. Because he stood up to Thalira even when it meant condemning his pack to death. Because he's fighting for a better world, not just a world where he's on top. How naive, she sneered. Maybe, I agreed. But I'd rather be naive and kind than cynical and cruel. I'd rather risk being used than close myself off from ever truly helping anyone. I'd rather die trying to heal than live as something that inflicts pain. The shadow version of me studied me for a long moment. Then, slowly, she began to smile, and this smile was different. Sad but genuine. There it is, she said softly. The truth I was waiting for you to see. What? I'm not here to tempt you to darkness, Eirlys. Her form began to shimmer, becoming less solid. I'm here to make you acknowledge what you already know. That you have darkness inside you. Anger, resentment, the capacity for cruelty. But having those things doesn't make you evil. It makes you human. She reached out and touched my chest, over my heart. The real test wasn't whether you'd give in to your darkness, she said. It was whether you'd accept that it exists while choosing not to let it define you. Whether you'd acknowledge your anger without letting it consume you. Whether you'd face the ugliest parts of yourself and still choose kindness. The cabin around us began to dissolve, silver light bleeding through the walls. You passed, little healer, Shadow Eirlys said. You saw yourself truly. light and shadow, strength and weakness, gift and curse. You accepted all of it, which means the world inverted again, and I was back in the forest clearing, on my knees before the mirror.
But the mirror had changed.
Instead of showing my reflection, it now showed a map, a detailed, intricate map of what looked like Bloodcrest territory, with one location marked in silver. And beneath the map, new words appeared in Thalira's script. Well done. You're stronger than I expected. The second challenge awaits at the marked location. You have until tomorrow's sunset to reach it. But be warned, little healer. This challenge won't just test your will. It will test your heart. And unlike seeing yourself truly, losing yourself completely is far too easy. The mirror shattered, fragments dissolving into silver mist. I stood on shaking legs, checking the sun's position. Still several hours until sunset. I'd completed the first challenge with time to spare. But as I made my way back towards Shadowmere territory, I couldn't shake the feeling that the Lyra had let me win too easily. The shadow version of myself had said I passed the test. But what if the real test was still coming? What if forcing me to acknowledge my darkness was just the first step in getting me to embrace it? I was so lost in thought that I almost missed the figure waiting at the forest's edge. Lorcan stood there, his golden eyes scanning the trees, his whole body tense, with barely controlled worry. The moment he saw me, relief flooded his face. You're alive, he said, crossing the distance between us in 3 long strides. You're... Before I could respond, he pulled me into his arms, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. Through the bond, I felt the depth of his fear, his relief, the awful certainty he'd been fighting that I wouldn't come back. I'm okay, I said against his chest. I completed the first challenge. What did she make you face? Myself, I said simply. The parts of me I'd rather not acknowledge. He pulled back slightly, studying my face. And I survived. But Lorcan. I looked up at him. The next challenge is in Bloodcrest territory. The Lyra wants me to go to her. His expression darkened. That's a death sentence. Maybe. But it's also the only way forward. I showed him the map I'd memorized from the mirror. This location, do you recognize it? He studied the mental image, his face going pale. That's Sorrow Hollow. It's where Thalira's grandmother was executed 200 years ago for practicing blood magic. It's where her family's power is strongest, I finished. She's drawing me to the source of her magic. You can't go there alone. I have to. The rules. Damn the rules, he said fiercely. If she wants you in Sorrow Hollow, it's because she's planning something worse than challenges. She's planning an execution.
He was probably right.
But what choice did I have? Tomorrow's sunset, I said quietly. That's how long I have to reach the second challenge. Which means we have tonight to prepare, to plan, to figure out how to give me the best chance of survival. Or to find another way, Lorcan said desperately. There has to be another way to break the curse. Something that doesn't require you to walk into Thalira's trap. I placed my hand over his heart, feeling it racing beneath my palm. If there was another way, we'd have found it by now, I said gently. This is our chance, Lorcan. Maybe our only chance. I have to take it. Even if it kills you? Even then. He closed his eyes, and I felt his internal struggle through the bond. The alpha who needed to protect his pack warring with a man who was terrified of losing someone who'd become important to him in ways he didn't fully understand yet. Then we make tonight count, he said finally. We prepare you as well as we can. We give you every advantage, every piece of knowledge, every tool that might help you survive what comes next. And if I don't survive, his eyes opened, and the intensity in them stole my breath. Then I'll make sure the Lyra regrets every moment she knows you. Curse or no curse, pack or no pack, I stood on my toes and kissed him. It was brief, barely more than a brush of lips, but it silenced his threats of vengeance and pulled us both into the present moment. Don't, I whispered when I pulled back. Don't make promises of revenge. Just help me be ready for tomorrow. Help me be strong enough to face whatever comes. Always, he said roughly. Always. We walked back to Shadowmere together as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. And I tried not to think about the fact that I might only have one more sunset left to see. Chapter 6. Preparations for the Abyss. Night fell over Shadowmere territory like a held breath. I sat in the healing lodge, surrounded by books and maps that Lorcan and Kaelin had gathered. Everything they could find about Sorrow Hollow, about the Lyra's bloodline, about the ancient magic that had been practiced there 2 centuries ago. None of it was encouraging. Sorrow Hollow earned its name, Kaelin said, his weathered finger tracing a path on the map. After the Lyra's grandmother was executed there, the ground itself became cursed. Plants won't grow. Animals won't enter. Even the wind avoids it. It's a dead place, and it's been dead for 200 years. But the Lyra goes there, I said. She must. Otherwise, why choose it for the challenge? She doesn't just go there, Rydian said from his position by the door. According to our scouts, she's been conducting rituals there for months. Building up magical energy, probably preparing for something big. Like cursing an entire pack, I suggested dryly. Or summoning something worse. Kaelin closed the book he'd been reading with a heavy thud. Eirlys, you need to understand. The magic that runs through Lyra's bloodline isn't natural. It's borrowed. Stolen from old gods who demanded payment in blood and suffering. If she's been conducting rituals in Sorrow Hollow, she's feeding those gods, strengthening her connection to their power. So, I'm not just facing the Lyra tomorrow, I said slowly. I'm facing whatever ancient horror she's made deals with. Essentially, yes. Perfect. Just perfect. A knock at the door interrupted us. Lorcan entered, carrying a bundle wrapped in dark cloth. Everyone out, he said. I need to speak with Eirlys alone. Kaelin and Rydian exchanged glances, but obeyed, leaving us in the flickering firelight. Lorcan set the bundle on the table and unwrapped it carefully, revealing a dagger unlike any I'd seen before. The blade was silver, etched with runes that seemed to shift and move in the light. The handle was wrapped in dark leather, and set into the pommel was a stone that pulsed with a faint red glow. It's beautiful, I said. It's deadly, he corrected. This blade has been in my family for generations. It was forged specifically to fight dark magic. The runes disrupt curse energy, and the stone in the handle can absorb magical attacks and redirect them. He held it out to me. I know the Lyra said no weapons. But this isn't just a weapon. It's protection. And I'll be damned if I let you walk into Sorrow Hollow completely defenseless. I took the dagger carefully, feeling its weight, its balance. The moment my fingers wrapped around the handle, I felt something, a warmth spreading through my palm, the runes on my skin reacting to the blade's magic. Thank you, I said quietly. Don't thank me yet. He moved closer, and I could see exhaustion etched into every line of his face. Eirlys, I need you to promise me something. What? If the challenge is impossible, if the Lyra is asking you to do something that will definitely kill you, I need you to walk away. Fail the test. Let the curse accelerate. At least that way, you'll have 3 more days. 3 more days to find another solution. Or to say goodbye? I finished softly. He flinched. Yes. I set the dagger down and turned to face him fully. I can't promise that, Eirlys. No, listen to me. I took his hands, feeling them tremble slightly in mine. If I walk away from this challenge, your pack dies. All 300 wolves, including children like Vea, who've done nothing to deserve this. I can't abandon them just to save myself. Even if saving them costs you everything? Especially then. I squeezed his hands. Lorcan, I've spent my entire life feeling useless. Being told I had no value because I couldn't shift, because my gift was strange and frightening. For the first time, I have a chance to use that gift for something that matters. To save lives on a scale I never imagined possible. I can't walk away from that. You matter, he said fiercely. Your life has value beyond what you can do for others. You matter to me. The admission hung between us, heavy with unspoken emotion. I know, I said. I can feel it through the bond. I can feel. I stopped, not quite ready to name what I was feeling. But that doesn't change what I have to do tomorrow. He pulled me closer, resting his forehead against mine. Then let me give you one more thing. Something that might help you survive. What? He pulled back slightly, his golden eyes serious. A true bond. Not just the healing connection we created, a full pack bond. It would tie your life force to mine, to Shadowmere itself. If the Lyra tries to kill you outright, the bond might be strong enough to anchor you, to keep your spirit from being severed completely. I stared at him. That's Lorcan. A true pack bond is permanent. It's a commitment that goes beyond just helping with a curse. You'd be binding me to Shadowmere forever. I know. And if I die anyway, you'll feel it. Every moment of my death, you'll experience it through the bond. I know that too. His jaw tightened. But I'd rather share your pain than sit here, helpless while you face it alone. I'd rather give you every possible advantage, even if it costs me. So I'm asking, will you accept a true bond with me? With my pack. It was insane. We barely knew each other. I'd been at Shadowmere for less than 3 days. This level of commitment should have terrified me. But through our existing connection, I could feel the sincerity of his offer. This wasn't about politics or strategy. This was about a man desperate to protect someone he cared about, in the only way he knew how. Yes, I said. I'll accept the bond. Relief flooded his face. Then we do it now, before dawn. The pack should witness it. It'll strengthen the connection. He led me outside, where I was surprised to find dozens of wolves already gathered, forming a circle around a central fire. They must have known this was coming, must have been waiting. Kaelin stood beside the fire, holding a ceremonial bowl carved with intricate patterns. Are you certain about this, Alpha? The elder asked. Once the bond is formed. I'm certain, Lorcan said firmly. Kaelin nodded, then turned to address the assembled pack. We gather tonight to witness a true bonding, a union of spirit between our Alpha and the healer who came to save us. Eirlys Thorn has proven her courage, her compassion, and her commitment to our survival. Now, we welcome her as one of our own. Not as an outsider. Not as a temporary ally. As a pack. He gestured for us to approach the fire. Lorcan and I stood facing each other, the flames casting dancing shadows across our faces. Give me your hands, Kaelin instructed. We extended our hands, and Kaelin used a silver knife to make shallow cuts across our palms, mine across the runes the Lyra had carved, his across unmarked skin. Blood welled up, dark and red in the firelight. Speak the words, Kaelin said to Lorcan. I, Lorcan Shadowmere, Alpha of this pack, offer you my blood, my protection, and my bond. His voice carried across the clearing. I tie my strength to yours, my life to yours, my pack to yours. From this moment until death claims us, you are Shadowmere, and Shadowmere is you. Kaelin turned to me. And you, Eirlys Thorn? I took a breath, feeling the weight of 300 pairs of eyes on me. I, Eirlys Thorn, accept your blood, your protection, and your bond. I tie my gift to yours, my healing to yours, my heart to yours. From this moment until death claims us, I am Shadowmere, and Shadowmere is me. Kaelin pressed our bleeding palms together. The world exploded. I felt them, every single member of Shadowmere pack, their lives, their hopes, their fears rushing through me like a tidal wave. 300 connections snapping into place simultaneously, each one a thread binding me to them and them to me. And through it all, Lorcan's presence burned the brightest, a golden cord that wrapped around my heart and held fast. You're ours now, his voice whispered directly into my mind. And we're yours. Whatever happens tomorrow, you don't face it alone. The sensation was overwhelming, beautiful, terrifying. I gasped, my knees buckling, but Lorcan caught me, holding me steady as the bond settled into place. When I could finally breathe again, I looked around at the assembled wolves and saw them differently. Not as strangers or patients, but as a pack. As a family. Welcome home, Eirlys, Kaelin said softly. May your bond bring strength to us all. The pack howled, a chorus of voices rising into the night sky, acknowledging the new bond, welcoming me into their ranks. And despite everything, despite the curse, despite the challenge waiting for me tomorrow, despite the very real possibility that I might die in Sorrow Hollow, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. I felt like I belonged. The ceremony ended, and the pack dispersed slowly, many stopping to touch my shoulder or murmur words of encouragement as they passed. Even Rydian, who'd been suspicious of me from the start, gave me a nod of grudging respect. "Don't die tomorrow," he said. "It would be really inconvenient." I laughed despite everything. "I'll do my best." When we were finally alone again, Lorcan and I walked back toward the healing lodge in silence. The bond hummed between us, stronger than before, and I could feel his emotions as clearly as my own. Fear for tomorrow, gratitude for the bond, and underneath it all, something deeper that neither of us was quite ready to name. "Get some rest," he said when we reached my door. "I'll wake you before dawn. We'll travel together as far as we can before you have to enter Bloodcrest territory alone." "Lorcan," I said as he turned to leave. "Thank you. For the bond, for the dagger, for everything." He looked back at me, and his smile was sad. "Thank me when you come back alive." I watched him walk away, then went inside and closed the door. The dagger lay on the table where I'd left it, gleaming in the low light. I picked it up, feeling its weight, its power. Tomorrow I will face the Lyra's second challenge. Tomorrow, I would walk into Sorrow Hollow, where the ground itself was cursed and ancient gods demanded blood payment. Tomorrow, I would learn whether my strength was enough to save 300 lives. But tonight I was packed. I was bonded. I was no longer alone. I lay down on the bed, the dagger within reach, and closed my eyes. Sleep came surprisingly easily, and with it, dreams. I saw Sorrow Hollow as it had been 200 years ago, a place of power and beauty, before Lyra's grandmother had twisted it into something dark. I saw the execution, saw the old witch laughing even as flames consumed her, heard her final curse. My blood will remember. My line will rise. And when the time comes, death itself will bow to us. I saw the Lyra as a child, discovering her grandmother's journals, learning forbidden magic in secret, planning her revenge against a world that had tried to exterminate her bloodline. And I saw myself, standing in Sorrow Hollow with silver threads wrapped around my throat, making a choice that would determine not just my fate, but the fate of everyone I'd grown to care about. "The second challenge will test your heart," the Lyra's voice whispered through the dream. "And hearts, little healer, are so much easier to break than mirrors." I woke with a gasp, my hand instinctively reaching for the dagger. Dawn light was just beginning to creep through the windows. Outside, I could hear movement. The pack preparing for the day, preparing to say goodbye to the healer who might not return. A knock at the door. Lorcan's voice. "It's time." I dressed quickly, strapping the dagger to my belt and securing my healing satchel across my shoulder. When I opened the door, I found not just Lorcan, but a small group gathered to see me off. Rydian, Kaelin, Mireille with little Vea, and a dozen others. "We can't go with you," Kaelin said. "But we wanted you to know, you carry our hopes with you. Our faith. Our belief that somehow, impossible as it seems, you'll find a way to win." Vea stepped forward, holding something wrapped in cloth. "For you," she said shyly. "For luck." I unwrapped it to find a small carved wolf, no bigger than my palm, made from dark wood and polished smooth. "My father made it," Vea said, "before he died. It's supposed to protect travelers. I want you to have it." My throat tightened. "Vea, I can't." "Please," she said. "You saved me. Let me try to save you back." I knelt down and pulled her into a hug. "Thank you. I'll keep it safe." When I stood, Lorcan offered me his hand. "Ready?" "No," I said honestly. "But let's go anyway." We left Shadowmere territory as the sun climbed higher, heading east toward Bloodcrest lands. Lorcan stayed with me until we reached the border, until we could see the dead zone that marked the beginning of Sorrow Hollow. "This is as far as I can go," he said, and his voice was rough with controlled emotion. The curse won't let me any closer to Thalira's stronghold. I know. I turned to face him, memorizing every detail. His golden eyes, his fierce expression, the way he held himself like he was preparing for battle, even though he couldn't fight this one for me. Come back to me, he said. Come back to us. I will. I promised, praying it wasn't a lie. Then, before I could lose my nerve, I kissed him. Deeper than before, longer, pouring everything I couldn't say into that single moment of connection. When I pulled away, his eyes were bright with unshed tears.
Go, he said.
Before I do something stupid like follow you anyway. I turned and walked towards Sorrow Hollow, feeling his gaze on my back, feeling the pack bond stretching but not breaking as I moved farther away. The landscape changed as I entered the dead zone. Green gave way to gray. Life gave way to silence. Even the air felt different. Heavy, oppressive, tasting of ash and old magic. And ahead, in a valley surrounded by standing stones, I saw it. Sorrow Hollow. The place where Thalira's grandmother had died cursing the world. The place where I would face the second challenge. The place where if Thalira had her way, I would break. Chapter 7. The Valley of Lost Hearts. The moment I stepped between the standing stones that marked Sorrow Hollow's entrance, the world changed. The sound died. The wind that had been whispering through the trees cut off, as if sliced by a blade. My footsteps made no noise against the gray earth. Even my breathing seemed muffled, distant, like I was hearing it through water. The valley spread before me like a wound in the earth, barren, colorless, wrong. Nothing grew here. Nothing lived here. Even the stones themselves seemed to lean away from the center, as if trying to escape whatever dwelt there. And in the heart of the valley, I saw her. Thalira stood in a circle of black candles, her platinum hair unbound and flowing around her like a silver waterfall. She wore a dress of deep crimson that looked like congealed blood, and her ice-blue eyes tracked my approach with predatory interest. "Welcome, little healer," she called, her voice the only sound in this dead place. I was beginning to wonder if you'd lose your nerve. "I'm here," I said, stopping just outside her circle. "Let's get this over with." She laughed, and it echoed strangely off the standing stones. So eager. "I like that. Very well, let me explain your second challenge." She gestured, and the candles flared higher, casting dancing shadows. In their light, I saw shapes moving at the edges of the valley, figures that looked almost human but moved with an unnatural, jerking gait. "The test of will," Thalira said. "You claim you can maintain hope in the face of despair. You claim your compassion is stronger than fear. So, let's see if that's true." She waved her hand, and the shadowy figures stepped into clearer view. My heart stopped. They were wolves. Shadowmere wolves. I recognized them. Rydian, Kalen, Mireille, little Vea. Even Lorcan stood among them, his golden eyes empty and dead. But they weren't real. Couldn't be real. I'd just left them, seen them alive. "Illusions," Thalira confirmed, reading my face. "Projections of what will happen if you fail. If the curse consumes them. This is what they'll become. Empty shells, stripped of everything that made them who they were." The shadow Lorcan stepped forward, and when he spoke, his voice was hollow, echoing. "You failed us, Eirlys. You promised you'd save us. You promised." "I'm trying," I said, my voice cracking despite knowing this wasn't real. "Trying isn't enough," Shadow Rydian said. "We're dying because of you. Because you weren't strong enough, weren't smart enough, weren't." "Enough?" I interrupted, forcing steel into my voice. "These are illusions. They're not real. Aren't they?" Thalira moved to stand beside Shadow Lorcan. "They're real possibilities, Eirlys. Real futures. If you fail this challenge, this is exactly what happens. Every word they speak is true. You will have failed them. Your compassion will have accomplished nothing except prolonging their suffering." Shadow Vea stepped forward, and seeing the child with those empty, dead eyes nearly broke me. "Why didn't you save me?" she asked in that same hollow voice. "I trusted you. Mama trusted you. Why did you let us die? I didn't, I said desperately. I'm here. I'm fighting for you. You're fighting for yourself, Shadow Mirror accused. You're playing Thalira's games because you want to feel important. I want to be the hero. But you're not a hero, Eirlys. You're just a broken girl who thinks saving others will somehow fix what's wrong with her. The words cut deep because they echoed my own darkest fears, the ones I'd faced in the mirror during the first challenge. Is that what you think? I asked, looking at Thalira. That I'm doing this for selfish reasons? I think you're doing it because you don't know how to do anything else, Thalira said. I think you've built your entire identity around being useful, around healing, around saving people who can't save themselves. Because if you stop being useful, what are you? Just another broken Omega no one wants. She circled me slowly, like a wolf circling prey. But here's the thing, little healer. What if I told you there was a way to save them? A real way, not these impossible challenges. A way that doesn't require you to risk your life or break yourself trying to redirect curse energy. I'd say you're lying. Would I be? She stopped in front of me, her expression serious. You have a gift, Eirlys. A rare, precious gift for seeing and manipulating death magic. Do you have any idea how valuable that is? How much power could you wield if you stopped fighting against your nature and embraced it? I've heard this speech before, I said. In the mirror. My shadow self tried to convince me to join you. And you refused because of some misguided sense of morality, Thalira said. Because you think compassion and kindness make you better than me. But let me show you something. She waved her hand, and the shadow wolves disappeared, replaced by a new vision. I saw myself, but older, grayer, living alone in a small cabin. Healing wolves who came to me, then watching them leave without a backward glance. Growing old in solitude while the world moved on around me, barely noticing my existence. This is what your compassion gets you, Thalira said softly. A lifetime of service to ungrateful wolves who will forget you the moment you're no longer useful. Is that really what you want? It's better than what you're offering, I said. Is it? She waved her hand again, and the vision changed. Now I saw myself standing beside Thalira, both of us powerful, respected, feared. I saw packs bowing to us, saw the territories transformed, saw a world where healers like me were valued above warriors, where gifts like mine were celebrated instead of hidden. This could be real, Thalira said. Join me. Learn to wield your gift properly. Together, we could reshape the wolf territories into something better, something where people like us aren't dismissed or underestimated, where power is respected regardless of how you were born. By cursing anyone who opposes you? I demanded. By killing innocent wolves? By making examples of those who cling to the old, brutal ways, she corrected. Lorcan thinks he's building something better with his precious reforms, but he's just putting a gentle face on the same hierarchy. Alphas still rule. Omegas still serve. Nothing fundamental has changed. She stepped closer, her eyes intense. But you and I, we could change everything. We could create a world where magical ability matters more than physical strength. Where healers and seers and magic workers hold power instead of warriors who solve every problem with violence. And how many would die to create this better world? I asked. As many as necessary, she said without hesitation. Revolution requires sacrifice, Eirlys. The question is whether you're willing to sacrifice the few to save the many, or whether you'll cling to your naive ideals while everyone around you suffers. For a moment, one dangerous moment, I considered it. What if she was right? What if the only way to truly change the wolf territories was through force, through fear, through making the old powers understand that the world had shifted beneath their feet? What if? Don't listen to her. Lorcan's voice, but not from the shadow version. From inside my head, through the pack bond we'd forged last night. She's trying to make you doubt yourself, doubt us. But I know you, Eirlys. I know your heart, and your heart isn't cruel, no matter how much she tries to convince you it should be. The bond pulsed with warmth, with certainty, with absolute faith in who I was. Come back to us. Other voices joined in, Kalen, Rydian, Vea, dozens of wolves speaking as one through the pack connection. Come back to us. We're waiting. We believe in you. I felt tears on my cheeks and realized I was crying. No, I said to the Lyra, my voice steady despite the tears. I won't join you. Not because I'm naive or because I don't understand power, but because the world you're offering, it's just another version of the same cruelty. You'd replace physical dominance with magical dominance, but the weak would still suffer. The vulnerable would still be crushed. Nothing would fundamentally change except who holds the boot. You're a fool, the Lyra said, and for the first time, I heard genuine anger in her voice. Maybe, I agreed. But I'm a fool who chooses hope over cynicism. Who believes that change can happen without mass murder? Who thinks that maybe, just maybe, kindness isn't weakness, it's the hardest, bravest thing anyone can do. I took a step forward, then another, walking toward the Lyra despite every instinct screaming at me to run. You asked me to maintain hope in the face of despair, I said. To hold on to compassion when you show me how hopeless everything is. Well, here's my answer. I choose hope. I choose compassion. Not because it's easy or because I'm guaranteed to win, but because it's the only thing worth fighting for. The Lyra's expression shifted, surprise, then something that might have been respect, then cold calculation. You passed, she said flatly. You maintained your conviction in the face of temptation and despair. You held on to hope when I showed you every reason to abandon it. You passed the second challenge. The shadow wolves and visions disappeared like smoke. The valley remained dead and gray, but somehow felt less oppressive. But understand this, little healer, the Lyra continued, her voice hard. You've proven you can resist manipulation. You've proven your will is strong. But the third challenge, she smiled, and it was cruel. The third challenge doesn't test your will. It tests your heart. And hearts, no matter how strong, can always be broken. She gestured, and a path of black stones appeared, leading deeper into the valley. Follow the path, she said. At its end, you'll find the third challenge waiting. You have until midnight tonight to complete it. After that, she shrugged. After that, the curse accelerates, and everyone you care about dies screaming. What is the challenge? I demanded. You'll know it when you see it. She began to fade, her form becoming translucent. Oh, an Eirlys? The dagger Lorcan gave you, you're going to need it. But not in the way you think. Then she was gone, leaving me alone in Sorrow Hollow with a path of black stones leading into darkness. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, letting the pack bond settle around me like a warm cloak. Through it, I could feel Lorcan's relief that I'd survived, his pride that I'd passed, his fear for what came next. I'm okay, I sent through the bond. 2 challenges down. 1 to go. Come back to me, he sent back, and the emotion behind it made my chest ache. Whatever she asks of you in the third challenge, whatever choice she forces you to make, come back to me. I'll try, I promised, because I couldn't promise more than that. I touched the carved wolf Vea had given me, feeling its smooth surface, drawing courage from the weight of it in my pocket. Then I touched the dagger at my belt, Lorcan's gift, protection and weapon combined. You're going to need it, but not in the way you think. What had the Lyra meant by that? Only one way to find out. I stepped onto the path of black stones and began walking deeper into Sorrow Hollow, toward whatever final test the witch had prepared for me. The path wound through the valley, past more standing stones carved with runes that hurt to look at directly. The air grew colder as I walked, and I started to see things at the edges of my vision, shapes that disappeared when I looked at them directly, whispers that sounded almost like voices speaking in languages I didn't understand. This was where the Lyra's grandmother had died, where ancient magic had been practiced for generations before the wolf packs decided such power was too dangerous to allow. And somewhere ahead, in the heart of this cursed place, the third challenge waited. The path ended at a circular clearing surrounded by 7 stone pillars. In the center of the clearing stood an altar made of black stone, and on that altar lay a figure. My heart stopped. It was Lorcan. Not a shadow version or an illusion. The real Lorcan, unconscious, with silver threads wrapped so tightly around him I could barely see his face. I ran forward, my healer's instincts overriding everything else. Lorcan, how did you? He came for you. The Lyra's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The moment you entered the second challenge, he felt your fear through the bond. Felt you wavering.
And he couldn't bear it.
So he broke his own rules, crossed into my territory, and tried to reach you. And I caught him. I placed my hands on Lorcan's chest, feeling for his heartbeat. It was there, but weak and irregular. The cursed threads constricting tighter with each breath. Let him go, I demanded. Your challenge is with me, not him. Oh, but he is your challenge. The Lyra materialized beside the altar, her expression almost sympathetic. You see, Eirlys, I've learned something interesting about your gift. You can redirect curse energy. You can take it into yourself to save others. You proved that with little Vea, and you've been doing it with Lorcan since you arrived at Shadowmere. She leaned closer. So, here's your third challenge, a choice. You can save Lorcan right now, completely, by taking all of the curse into yourself. Every ounce of dark magic currently killing him and his pack, you absorb it, redirect it, carry it inside you. He lives.
His pack lives.
The curse is broken. And I die. I finished.
Eventually, yes.
The amount of curse energy in 300 wolves is far too much for one person to contain. You'd have maybe a day before it consumed you completely. But they'd live. You'd be the hero you've always wanted to be. The savior who sacrificed everything. She moved to stand on the other side of the altar. Or, option 2. You take the dagger Lorcan gave you, the one designed to disrupt curse magic, and you use it to sever the curse at its source. You kill me, here and now, while I'm standing before you. The curse would die with me, and everyone would be saved. There's a catch, I said, because there was always a catch. There is, she agreed. The dagger's magic requires a life to activate its full power. Blood magic demands blood payment. So to use it to kill me and break the curse, you'd have to sacrifice someone you love. Someone whose death would genuinely break your heart. She gestured to Lorcan. Convenient that he's right here, isn't it? One quick thrust of the blade through his heart, channel his death through the dagger's magic, and you'd have enough power to destroy me and end the curse in one stroke. Horror flooded through me. You want me to kill Lorcan to save him? That's insane. That's magic, the Lyra corrected. Blood magic especially doesn't care about your human concepts of sense or fairness. It requires sacrifice. The question is, what are you willing to sacrifice? She stepped back, spreading her hands. So choose, little healer. Absorb the curse and save everyone while dying slowly yourself. Or kill the man you've bonded with. Use his death to fuel the magic that will destroy me and save everyone that way. Either way, someone you care about dies. The only question is who. There has to be another way, I said desperately. There isn't. Her voice was firm. I've designed this challenge specifically to be impossible. No clever solutions, no last-minute saves. Just a choice between two equally terrible options. That's what it means to have real power, Eirlys. Understanding that sometimes there are no good choices. Only terrible ones. I looked down at Lorcan, unconscious and dying. Through the bond, I could feel him slipping away, the cursed threads tightening incrementally with each passing moment. I thought about Vea, about Shadowmere Pack, about the 300 lives hanging in the balance. I thought about the dagger at my belt, humming with dormant power, waiting for blood to activate it. And I thought about what the Lyra had said, hearts can always be broken. She was right. My heart was breaking right now, shattering into pieces as I stared at the impossible choice before me. Save everyone by dying myself. Or save everyone by killing the man I'd come to care about more than I'd thought possible. Either way, I lost something I couldn't bear to lose. How long do I have to decide? I asked, my voice hollow. Until midnight, the Lyra said. 3 hours. After that, Lorcan dies anyway, and the curse accelerates for everyone else. So really, you'd better start deciding. She faded again, leaving me alone with the unconscious alpha and the weight of an impossible choice. I sank to my knees beside the altar, taking Lorcan's hand in mine, feeling his pulse flutter weakly against my fingers. Through the bond, I felt him stir, consciousness returning slowly. Eirlys? His voice in my mind, confused and pained. What happened? Sho, I sent it back.
Don't talk.
Save your strength. The challenge, he insisted. Did you? I'm facing it now, I said. And Lorcan, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Because I'd already made my choice. I just had to find the courage to follow through with it. Chapter 8. The Price of Love. 3 hours until midnight. 3 hours to make a choice that would destroy me no matter which path I chose. I sat beside the altar, holding Lorcan's hand, feeling his life force flickering through the bond like a candle in a storm. He was fully conscious now, aware of where we were, aware of what the Lyra had demanded. Don't, he said aloud, his voice rough. Whatever you're thinking, don't. You don't know what I'm thinking. Yes, I do. His golden eyes opened, fixing on me with an intensity that made my chest ache. Through the bond, I can feel it. You're planning to absorb the curse. Take it all into yourself to save everyone else. I didn't deny it. Eirlys, no. He tried to sit up, but the cursed threads held him pinned to the altar. I won't let you die for me. For us. It's not your choice to make, I said gently. The hell it isn't. His voice strengthened with anger, with desperation. I'm your alpha. He stopped, jaw clenching. I won't watch you sacrifice yourself. There has to be another way. There isn't. I looked at the dagger on my belt, at the Lyra's cruel alternative. Unless you want me to kill you and use your death to power the magic that destroys her. Then do it. I stared at him. What? Do it, he repeated, and his voice was calm, certain. Use the dagger.
Kill me.
Break the curse and save my pack. Lorcan. Listen to me. He squeezed my hand as hard as the curse would allow. I've been preparing to die since the moment the Lyra cast this curse. I've watched my pack suffer, watched them waste away, knowing that as their alpha, I should be able to protect them and fail every single day. If my death can save them, if it can save you, then it's a death I'll accept gladly. I can't, I whispered. I can't kill you. You can. You're strong enough. His eyes were bright, feverish. And Eirlys, it would be a mercy. The curse is agony. Every breath feels like drowning. Every heartbeat feels like my chest is being crushed. If I have to die anyway, at least let it mean something. At least let it save the people I've failed to protect. Tears streamed down my face. You haven't failed them. You've fought for them every single day. You've searched for solutions. You've endured the curse's effects. I've accomplished nothing except prolonging their suffering, he interrupted. But you can end this. You can save them all. You just have to be brave enough to do what needs to be done. Through the bond, I felt his sincerity. He meant every word. He was genuinely asking me to kill him, and he believed it was the right choice. But I also felt something else underneath. The fear he was trying to hide, the desperate hope that somehow I'd find a third option, the love he hadn't yet spoken aloud, but that burned through the bond like fire. I can't, I said again. I won't. Then what? His frustration bled through the bond. You'll absorb the curse and die slowly, while I'm forced to watch? That's not better, Eirlys. That's worse. At least if you kill me, I don't have to live with the knowledge that you sacrificed yourself for my sake. And you think I could live with killing you? I demanded. You think I could go on, knowing I drove a blade through your heart? Knowing I used your death as fuel for magic? Lorcan, that would destroy me just as surely as the curse. Then we're at an impasse. His laugh was bitter. Two people arguing about who gets to die for the other. The Lyra would find this amusing. She probably would. This was exactly what she wanted. To watch us tear ourselves apart trying to save each other, to prove that love was just another weakness to be exploited. I stood and began pacing around the altar, my mind racing. There had to be something I was missing. Some loophole. some trick, some way out that the Lyra hadn't accounted for. The dagger's magic requires a life to activate its full power. Blood magic demands blood payment. You can redirect curse energy. You can take it into yourself to save others. Two options. Both require death. Both designed to break me. Unless, what if it wasn't either or? I said slowly. Lorcan's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? The Lyra said, I need a life to activate the dagger's power. She said I need to sacrifice someone I love. I touched the blade of my belt, but she never specified it had to be someone else I love. Understanding and horror dawned on Lorcan's face simultaneously.
No.
Absolutely not. Think about it, I said, the idea taking shape even as I spoke. What if I used the dagger on myself? What if I sacrificed my own life to power the magic, then used that power to redirect the curse away from everyone else before I died? That's insane. Is it? I pulled out the dagger, watching the runes shimmer along the blade. You said I could absorb the curse and save everyone while dying slowly. But what if I could absorb it and redirect it fast enough that it doesn't consume me immediately? What if I could channel all that dark energy into the Lyra, use her own curse against her? You'd still die, Lorcan said flatly. Maybe. Probably. I met his eyes. But there's a chance, a small one, that if I'm quick enough, if the dagger's magic is strong enough, I could break the curse and survive. It's a better chance than either of the options the Lyra gave me. It's a suicide mission with optimistic window dressing, Rydian's voice said from the shadows. I spun to find the second stepping into the clearing, along with Kaelin and a dozen other Shadowmere wolves. They all looked haggard, weakened by the curse, but determined. What are you doing here? Lorcan demanded. If the Lyra sees you, she knows we're here, Kaelin said. She's allowing it. Apparently, she finds the drama of it all entertaining. How much did you hear? I asked. Enough, Rydian said. His scarred face was grim. Enough to know you're planning something monumentally stupid. And before you argue, yes, we came through the pack bond. The moment Lorcan was taken, we all felt it. We've been following, staying just far enough back that we wouldn't trigger the challenge's rules. You shouldn't be here, I said. You're risking. Our alpha and our healer are both about to do something catastrophically stupid, Rydian interrupted. Where else would we be? Kaelin stepped forward, his weathered face thoughtful. This plan of yours, using the dagger on yourself to power the magic. It could work. In theory. In theory, Lorcan said dangerously. The dagger was forged to disrupt curse magic, Kaelin continued. And Eirlys has proven she can absorb and redirect curse energy. If she could channel both, the dagger's disruption magic and the curse energy, simultaneously, she might be able to create a feedback loop. Use the Lyra's own power against her. That's a lot of mights and coulds, one of the other wolves said. It's more than we had before, I said. It's also suicide, Lorcan repeated, his voice hard. Eirlys, even if you somehow survive the initial strike, even if you manage to redirect the curse, the amount of magical energy flowing through you would burn you out from the inside. You'd be lucky to survive 5 minutes, let alone long enough to. Then I'd better work fast, I interrupted. This is not a joke. I know it's not. My voice cracked. I know the odds are terrible. I know I'm probably going to die. But Lorcan, this is the only option that gives everyone a chance. You, your pack, even me, there's a sliver of possibility that we all survive this. That's more than either of the Lyra's choices offered. He stared at me, and through the bond, I felt his internal war. The alpha who needed to protect his pack, the man who couldn't bear the thought of losing me, the leader who understood that sometimes terrible odds were better than certain doom. If we're doing this, Rydian said quietly, we need to do it right. Kaelin, you know ritual magic. How do we maximize her chances? Kaelin was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant with thought. The pack bond. If we strengthen it, if we anchor Eirlys to all of us instead of just to Lorcan, it might give her enough stability to survive the energy surge. We'd essentially be using the entire pack as a grounding rod. Meaning?
I asked.
Meaning some of the magical backlash would flow through the bonds to us instead of burning through you alone, he explained. We'd share the burden. It would weaken us, possibly kill some of us, but it would give you a better chance of survival. No, I said immediately. I'm not putting the entire pack at risk. We're already at risk, one of the wolves said, Mireille, Vea's mother. She'd followed them here, I realized, probably refusing to stay behind. We're all dying anyway. At least this way, we have a chance to fight back. To choose how we go out.
She's right, another voice said.
More wolves were emerging from the shadows now, dozens of them, all drawn by the pack bond, all ready to fight. We're Shadowmere. We don't hide while others sacrifice themselves for us. This is insane, Lorcan said, but his voice had lost its edge. Through the bond, I felt his resignation, his reluctant acceptance that this might be their only chance. Then we're all insane together, Rydian said. Kaelin, tell us what to do. The elder moved quickly, directing wolves to positions around the clearing, forming a circle with the altar at its center. Everyone join hands. Create an unbroken chain. When Eirlys strikes, channel your energy through the bond to her. Ground her. Hold her stable. And if it doesn't work, someone asked, then we die together, Kaelin said simply, as a pack should. The wolves moved into position, and I felt the pack bond shifting, strengthening, becoming something more than the sum of its parts. It was beautiful and terrifying. All these lives willingly tying themselves to mine, ready to share whatever fate I brought down on myself.
Eirlys.
I looked down at Lorcan, still pinned to the altar by cursed threads. If this goes wrong, he said quietly, if the worst happens, know that I would have done the same thing. I understand why you're making this choice. And if it goes right? I asked. His smile was sad and hopeful. Then we'll have time to figure out what this thing between us means. What we could be to each other when we're not fighting curses and making impossible choices. I leaned down and kissed him, soft and quick and full of all the things we hadn't had time to say. I'll see you on the other side, I whispered. Then I drew the dagger. The runes along the blade flared to life the moment I held it with intent. I could feel the magic humming through it, ancient, powerful, hungry for blood. Blood magic demands blood payment. I placed the blade against my chest, over my heart. Around me, the pack stood ready, hands joined, the bond between us glowing with silver light. Eirlys, Lorcan said one last time. I know, I said. I feel it too. Then, before I could lose my nerve, before fear could paralyze me, I drove the dagger into my own heart. Pain exploded through me, white hot, all-consuming, the worst thing I'd ever felt. But underneath the pain, I felt power surge through the blade, felt it draw on my life force, on my love for these wolves, on every ounce of magic I'd been born with. The dagger lit up like a star, and through the pain, I reached out with my gift. I found the cursed threads, not just the ones around Lorcan, but all of them. Every single strand of dark magic the Lyra had woven through Shadowmere Pack. I wrapped my consciousness around them, the way I'd done with Vea, the way I'd been doing since I arrived. But this time, I didn't just redirect them. I pulled every ounce of curse energy into myself, drawing it away from the pack, away from Lorcan, gathering it all in one place. In me, the agony was indescribable. The curse fought against me, burned through me, tried to tear me apart from the inside. I felt my body starting to fail, felt my heart struggling to beat around the dagger lodged in my chest. But I held on. Through the pack bond, I felt them, all of them, pouring their strength into me, anchoring me, refusing to let me fall. It hurt them. I could feel their pain echoing through the connection. But they held strong. And when I had gathered every thread of curse magic, when I held the Lyra's entire terrible spell inside me like a coiled serpent, I reversed it. I channeled it through the dagger, through the runes that disrupted dark magic, and I sent it screaming back to its source. I felt the moment it struck the Lyra. felt her shock, her disbelief, her dawning horror as her own curse turned against her. She screamed, a sound of rage and agony that echoed through Sorrow Hollow like thunder. And then, suddenly, she was there, materializing in the clearing, her face twisted with fury. "What have you done?" she shrieked. "I broke your curse," I gasped. "Used it against you. You wanted blood magic. Well, here it is." The reversed curse wrapped around the Lyra like chains, silver threads binding her, constricting her, draining her power the way it had been draining the pack. "No," she gasped. "This isn't, you can't." "I just did," I said. And then my strength gave out. I collapsed, the dagger still lodged in my chest, my vision going dark at the edges. Through the fading pack bond, I felt Lorcan break free from the altar's threads, the curse no longer holding him. I felt him catch me as I fell. Felt his hands on my face, his voice calling my name, felt his desperate attempt to pull the dagger free. "Don't," I whispered. "It's the only thing holding me together." "Eirlys, no."
"No, you don't get to die."
"Not after all this." "Not after." "Did it work?" I asked. "The pack, are they?" "They're free." Kaelin's voice choked with emotion. "The curse is broken. Every thread is gone."
"You did it, child."
"You saved us all."
"Good."
That was good. My vision was going dark. I could feel my heartbeat slowing, feel my life force draining away despite the pack bond trying to anchor me. I'd known this was a possibility. I had accepted it when I chose this path. But gods, I hadn't expected it to hurt this much. I hadn't expected leaving to be this hard. "Stay with me," Lorcan begged.
"Please."
"Eirlys, stay." "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I tried. You're not allowed to die," he said fiercely. "You hear me? You're not allowed to leave me. Not when I finally found someone worth. Not when we finally." His voice broke, and through the dimming bond, I felt his anguish, his love, his desperate refusal to accept what was happening. "Tell Vea," I managed. "Tell her the wolf kept me safe." Then the darkness took me, and I knew nothing more. Chapter 9. Between Death and Dawn. I floated in darkness. Not the peaceful darkness of sleep, but something deeper, colder. The space between life and death where souls hover, uncertain which direction to fall. I could feel the dagger still lodged in my chest, could feel my blood cooling, could feel my body giving up its hold on life. But I could also feel something else. The pack bond stretched thin but not broken. Hundreds of threads of silver light connecting me to Shadowmere wolves, anchoring me to the world of the living even as death tried to pull me under. "Don't you dare," Lorcan's voice echoed through the darkness. "Don't you dare leave us. Not after everything. Not after." His emotion poured through the bond, raw, desperate, refusing to accept what was happening. "We need you," other voices joined in. "Come back.
Please.
Come back." But I was so tired, so empty. The curse had burned through me like wildfire, and even though I'd successfully redirected it, even though I'd broken Thalira's spell, the cost had been everything I had to give. Maybe it would be easier to just let go, to stop fighting, to accept that I'd done what I came to do, and allow myself to rest. Coward. The voice cut through the darkness like a blade, sharp, familiar, unmistakably my own. I opened my eyes to find myself standing in a gray space that wasn't quite the clearing, wasn't quite the void. And facing me was the shadow version of myself I'd met in the mirror during the first challenge.
"You again," I said.
"Me again," she agreed. "Though this time, I'm not here to test you. I'm here to save you from your own stupidity. I'm dying. I don't think there's much saving to be done." "That's the coward's way out," she said sharply. "You fought so hard, sacrificed so much, and now you're just going to give up? Let death claim you, because fighting feels too hard." "I'm not giving up. I'm just exhausted, hurt, ready to rest." She moved closer, and her eyes, my eyes, blazed with fury. "Yes, you are. But you're also bonded to 300 wolves who just poured their life force into keeping you anchored. You're connected to an alpha who's currently performing a healing ritual on your physical body, refusing to let you slip away. And you're going to throw that away because you're tired. The dagger's still in my heart, I said. Even if I wanted to fight, I don't know how to survive that. Then figure out, she said. You're a healer, aren't you? You can see death, manipulate it, redirect it. So, redirect your own. Don't let it claim you. Don't let this be where your story ends. Why do you care? I asked. You're just a manifestation of my subconscious. A shadow self. I'm the part of you that refuses to quit, she corrected. The part that survived every moment of pain, every rejection, every time someone told you that you were worthless. I'm your will to live, Eirlys. And I'm telling you, you don't get to die here. Not like this. She grabbed my shoulders, and I felt a power surge between us, the same power I'd felt when I drove the dagger into my heart, but transformed, no longer burning with dark magic, but glowing with something else. The dagger was meant to disrupt curse magic, she said, but you filled it with your own life force, your own blood, your own magic. You changed it, transformed it from a weapon into something else, a conduit, a bridge between death and life. I don't understand. You don't have to understand, she said. You just have to choose. Choose life. Choose to fight. Choose to go back to the people waiting for you. She released my shoulders and stepped back. But if you choose death, if you let go, I won't judge you. You've earned rest. You've earned peace. The question is that really what you want? I thought about Lorcan, about the bond between us, about the future we'd barely begun to explore. I thought about Vea, about Shadowmere Pack, about the life I'd built in just a few short days. I thought about all the patients I could still help, all the healing I could still do, all the ways I could use my gift now that I understood it better. And I realized the shadow self was right. I wasn't ready to die. Not yet. How do I get back? I asked. She smiled. You already know. And I did. Suddenly, instinctively, I understood what needed to be done. I reached inside myself, found the threads that connected me to the pack, and I pulled. Not to drain them, not to take their life force, but to use them as anchors, as a path back to the living world. The gray space shattered like glass. I gasped, and my eyes flew open. I was back in the clearing, lying on the ground with Lorcan's hands pressed against my chest, glowing with golden light. Kaelin knelt beside him, chanting in a language I didn't recognize, and around us, the entire pack stood in a circle, their hands joined, the bond between us blazing with silver light. She's back, Rydian said, his voice hoarse. She's actually back. The dagger, Kaelin said urgently. We have to remove it now, while she's conscious. But it's going to hurt. Do it, I gasped. Lorcan met my eyes, and what I saw there, relief, fear, love, determination, nearly broke me. On 3, he said. 1. He pulled the dagger free on 1, not giving me time to brace myself. The pain was excruciating, worse than when I'd driven it in. I screamed, and felt the pack bond flare as they absorbed some of my agony, sharing it among themselves so I didn't have to bear it alone. Seal the wound, Kaelin commanded.
Now.
Lorcan pressed both hands over my chest, and golden light poured from his palms. Alpha healing magic, rare and powerful, flowing directly into the hole in my heart. I felt my flesh knitting back together, felt my heart muscle repairing itself, felt broken ribs realigning and torn vessels sealing closed. But underneath the physical healing, I felt something else. The dagger had changed me. Just as Shadow Eirlys had said, it had become a conduit, and in that moment when I channeled all that curse energy through it, some of that power had remained. Transformed. Integrated into my very essence. I could feel it now, not dark magic, not curse energy, but something new. Something that felt like an evolution of my gift. I could see not just death threads, but life threads too, shimmering golden lines connecting every living thing, showing me not how they would die, but how they were living, where their energy flowed strongest, where they needed healing. Eirlys. Lorcan's voice was uncertain. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I said, and my voice sounded different even to my own ears. Stronger, clearer, resonating with power I hadn't possessed before. I can hear everything. I sat up slowly, testing my body's limits. The wound in my chest was completely healed. No scar, no pain, just a strange warmth where the dagger had pierced. Around me, the pack stared with expressions ranging from awe to fear. What happened to you? Rydian asked quietly. I died, I said simply. Or almost died. And then I chose to come back. You're different, Kaelin observed. The magic, it changed you. You're not just a healer anymore. You're something else. He was right. I could feel it in every cell of my body. The curse had burned through me. The dagger had pierced my heart, and somehow, impossibly, I'd survived both. And in surviving, I'd been transformed. What about the Lyra? I asked, looking around the clearing. Gone, Lorcan said grimly. The reversed curse consumed her power, stripped her magic away. She fled deeper into Sorrow Hollow, and we haven't seen her since. Without her magic, she's just a wolf, I finished. Powerless. Broken. Like she tried to make us, Rydian said with dark satisfaction. I stood on shaking legs, and Lorcan was immediately at my side, supporting me even though I didn't need it anymore. The pack bond had stabilized, stronger than ever, and through it, I could feel every member of Shadowmere, alive, healthy, free from the curse's touch. We did it, I whispered. We actually did it. You did it, Lorcan corrected. You broke the curse. You saved us all. You, his voice caught. You died for us. And somehow came back. I looked up at him, at his golden eyes bright with unshed tears, and felt everything I'd been too afraid to acknowledge crash over me like a wave. I couldn't leave you, I said. I tried to let go, tried to accept death, but I couldn't. Because there's too much I still want to do, too many people I still want to help, and I stopped. The words are catching in my throat. And, he prompted gently. And I wanted to see what we could be, I admitted, when we're not fighting curses and making impossible choices. I wanted time. Time to understand this thing between us. Time to... He kissed me, cutting off my rambling explanation with his lips on mine. The kiss was desperate and tender, and full of all the fear he'd been holding back, all the love he hadn't had time to express. When we finally broke apart, we were both breathing hard. Time, he said. We have time now. All the time in the world. A cough interrupted us. Rydian stood a few feet away, trying unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Not to interrupt this touching moment, he said, but we should probably get out of Sorrow Hollow before something else tries to kill us. This place gives me the creeps. He was right. Even with the Lyra's curse broken, this valley still felt wrong, tainted by centuries of dark magic and blood sacrifice. Let's go home, I said, and realized as I said it that I meant it. Shadowmere was home now, in a way nowhere else had ever been. The journey back took hours. Many of the pack members were still weak from the curse's effects, and we had to stop frequently to rest. But there was a lightness in the air that hadn't been there before. Hope, real and tangible, the knowledge that they would live to see tomorrow. Vea ran up to me as we entered Shadowmere territory, throwing her small arms around my waist. You came back, she cried. Mama said you were going to die, but I knew the wolf would keep you safe, just like Papa said. I knelt down and hugged her tight, feeling tears prick my eyes. The wolf kept me very safe. Thank you for lending it to me. You can keep it, she said generously. You need it more than I do. You're always going into danger to help people. I'll treasure it, I promised. As we walked deeper into the settlement, wolves emerged from their homes to greet us, some crying, some laughing, all of them alive and healthy and free. The celebration that night was unlike anything I'd experienced. The pack gathered in the main hall, sharing food and drink and stories of survival. They sang old songs and told jokes and simply reveled in being alive. I sat beside Lorcan at the head table, watching my pack, because they were mine now, truly, and felt a contentment I'd never known was possible. What are you thinking? Lorcan asked, his hand finding mine under the table. That 3 days ago, I was alone in a shelter on the borderlands, convinced I'd spend my entire life hiding from my gift, I said. And now I'm here, bonded to 300 wolves, sitting beside an alpha who looks at me like I hung the moon, and I have a future I actually want to live to see. You did hang the moon, he said seriously. At least for us. You gave us back our lives. We gave each other back our lives, I corrected. You could have given up when the curse took hold. Could have accepted death. But you fought. You searched for solutions. You opened yourself to the possibility that a strange Omega might be able to help when no one else could. I turned to face him fully. So, thank you. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. For standing beside me instead of in front of me. For falling in love with you, he suggested, and my heart stopped. Lorcan. I know it's fast, he said. I know we barely know each other. But Eirlys, I felt you die today. I felt the exact moment your heart stopped, felt the bond trying to break, felt everything that mattered to me slipping away. And in that moment, I understood something. He cupped my face in his hands. I love you. Not because you saved my pack, not because you're bonded to me, but because you're brave and stubborn and compassionate, and you make me want to be better than I am. I love you, and I needed you to know that. Even if it's too soon, even if you're not ready to hear it, I needed to say it. My chest felt too full, too tight, overflowing with emotion I couldn't quite name. It's not too soon, I whispered. Because I feel it too. I don't know when it happened. Maybe when you knelt in the snow. Maybe when you offered me a true bond. Maybe when you held me while I died. But somewhere along the way, I fell in love with you too. His smile was brilliant, transforming his stern features into something beautiful. Then we have time to figure out what that means, he said. Time to build something real. Time to... Alpha. The shout came from the entrance to the hall. A scout stood there, breathing hard, his face pale. What is it? Lorcan demanded, immediately on his feet. The Lyra, the scout gasped. She's at the border. She's asking to speak with Eirlys. Alone. The hall fell silent. Every eye turned to me. No, Lorcan said immediately. Absolutely not. She's powerless now, but she's still dangerous. She said to tell you, the scout looked at me, that she has information. About your gift, about why you're able to see death threads. About your mother. My blood ran cold. My mother? She said your mother wasn't just a healer, the scout continued. She said there's a reason you have the gifts you do. And if you want to understand what you've become, you need to hear the truth. Lorcan's hand tightened on mine. It's a trap. Probably, I agreed. But if there's even a chance she knows something about my mother, about where my gift came from, I have to hear it. Then I'm coming with you. She said alone. I don't care what she said. His voice was hard. You're not facing her without backup. Not after everything. I looked at him, at the fear and determination in his eyes, and felt my heart swell. Together then, I said, we'll face her together. Because that's what we did now. That's what we were. Not alpha and healer. Not savior and saved. Just two people who'd found each other in the darkness and refused to let go. And whatever the Lyra had to say about my mother, about my gift, about what I'd become, we'd face it the same way we'd faced everything else. Together. Chapter 10. The Witch's Truth. We found the Lyra at dawn, standing alone at the edge of Shadowmere territory, where the forest met the open plains. She looked nothing like the powerful witch who'd cursed an entire pack. Her platinum hair hung limp and tangled, her crimson dress was torn and stained, and her ice-blue eyes had lost their predatory gleam. Without her magic, she was just a wolf, tired, defeated, and surprisingly small. But when those eyes fixed on me, I still felt a chill run down my spine. You came, she said. Her voice was hoarse, stripped of its former confidence. I wasn't sure you would. You said you had information about my mother, I said, stopping a safe distance away. Lorcan stood at my side, Rydian, and a dozen guards forming a protective semicircle behind us. Talk. The Lyra's laugh was bitter.
So direct.
No pleasantries, no gloating over your victory. I suppose I should appreciate the efficiency. You tried to kill me and everyone I care about, I said flatly. You don't get pleasantries. Fair enough. She sat down on a fallen log, the movement careful, as if her body ached. Tell me, Eirlys, what do you know about your mother's death? The question caught me off guard. She died of fever when I was 7. What does that have to do with? She didn't die of fever, the Lyra interrupted. She died because she used her gift too much, too recklessly, and it consumed her. Just like it almost consumed you yesterday. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? Your mother, Eirlys Thorn, was a death seer, the Lyra said. Just like you. She could see the silver threads, could manipulate them, could redirect death itself. She was one of only 3 people born with that gift in the last 200 years. 3? Lorcan asked sharply. Who were the others? The Lyra smiled, and there was something sad in it. My grandmother. And me. The world tilted. You're lying, I said, but even as I spoke, I knew she wasn't. It explained too much. How she could cast a curse so complex, how she'd known what I was capable of, how she'd designed challenges specifically to test my abilities. I wish I were, the Lyra said. Do you know what it's like, being born with a gift that lets you see death? That marks you as different, dangerous, from the moment you first open your eyes? Your mother understood. She was the only one who ever understood. She stood, pacing slowly. We met when I was 16. My grandmother had just been executed, and I was searching for others like us. Others who could see the threads. I found your mother living in the Thornwood territories, hiding her gift just like you've been hiding yours. They were friends. I asked, trying to process this. More than friends, the Lyra said. Eirlys taught me how to use my gift properly. How to redirect death, how to weave threads, how to transform curse energy. She was brilliant, compassionate, and utterly committed to using her power to heal rather than harm. Her expression darkened. And then she met your father. Fell in love with a wolf who couldn't understand what she was, who saw her gift as a curse rather than a blessing. She gave up her training to be with him. Gave up everything we'd built together. You were jealous, Lorcan said. I was angry, the Lyra corrected. Angry that she'd throw away her potential for a male who'd never truly value her. Angry that she chose a conventional life over the power we could have wielded together. So yes, we stopped speaking. I went my own way, learning the darker applications of our gift, while she played at being a normal pack healer. She looked at me directly, but I kept watch over her. And I saw what happened when your father's pack rejected you for being unable to shift. Saw how they treated Eirlys as if she'd somehow failed by producing a broken daughter. I saw her heart break, over and over, watching you suffer. And you did nothing to help, I said, my voice hard. I tried, the Lyra said. I sent her messages, offered her sanctuary, begged her to leave your father and bring you with her. But she refused, said she couldn't abandon her family, even when they were destroying her. She paused, and something like genuine grief crossed her face. Then came the fever. 3 wolves died before anyone thought to call you mother. By the time she arrived, the threads were already tightening. She could have saved herself, could have let them die. But that wasn't who she was. She saved them, I whispered, understanding. She redirected the death threads away from them and into herself. Yes, the Lyra confirmed. All 3 of them. She took their deaths into her body, and it burned her out from the inside. By the time I learned what happened, by the time I arrived to help her, she was already gone. And you, her voice caught. You were 7 years old, sitting beside her body, and you could already see the threads. You'd inherited her gift, and you had no one to teach you how to use it safely. Tears streamed down my face. All these years, I'd thought my mother died because of a simple illness. I'd never known she'd sacrificed herself the same way I almost had. Why didn't you help me? I demanded. If you cared about my mother, if you understood what I was, why did you abandon me? I tried, the Lyra said, and her voice was thick with emotion. "I came to your father's pack, offered to take you as my apprentice. But he refused. Said he wouldn't let his daughter be corrupted by a witch. Threatened to kill me if I ever came near you again." She laughed bitterly. "So I watched from a distance. Watched you grow up hiding your gift. Watched you build your small life on the borderlands. Watched you become exactly what your mother had been, a healer who couldn't fully use her power because she was too afraid of what others would think." "Then why the curse?" Lorcan demanded. "Why try to destroy Shadowmere? Why torture Eirlys with impossible challenges if you supposedly cared about her?" "Because I wanted to see if she was strong enough," the Lyra said simply. "I wanted to know if Alera's daughter had inherited more than just her gift. If she'd inherited her courage, her compassion, her willingness to sacrifice everything for others." She looked at me with something that might have been pride. "And you did. You passed every test I designed. You faced your darkness and chose light. You maintained hope in the face of despair. You sacrificed yourself to save people you barely knew. You're everything your mother was and more." "So this was all what?" I asked, my voice shaking with rage. "Some twisted mentorship? You cursed 300 innocent wolves just to test me?" "I cursed Lorcan's pack because he rejected me," the Lyra admitted. "Because he represented everything I hated. Powerful wolves who use and discard those they deem beneath them. But when I learned you'd bonded with him, when I saw you fighting to save his pack, yes, I adjusted my plans. I made the challenges about you instead of just about revenge." "That doesn't make it better," Rydian said. "You're still a monster." "I know," the Lyra said quietly. "I know what I am, what I've become. Your mother tried to warn me that pursuing power for its own sake would corrupt me. She was right. I've spent 30 years becoming exactly the kind of witch they executed my grandmother for being." She turned back to me. "But before you decide what to do with me, before you kill me or banish me or whatever justice you think I deserve, I need you to understand something about your gift. About what you've become." "What do you mean?" I asked warily. "When you drove that dagger into your heart, when you channeled the curse through yourself and reversed it, you didn't just break my spell. You transcended it. You've evolved beyond Deathseer. You're something new now. Something that's never existed before." She stepped closer, and Lorcan tensed, but she made no aggressive move. "You can see death threads and life threads now. You can heal and harm with equal facility. You've become a bridge between life and death, Eirlys. A balance point. And that kind of power," she paused. "That kind of power will draw attention. From wolves who want to use you. From those who fear you. From old gods who recognize what you are." "What am I?" I whispered. "You're what the ancient texts called a thread weaver," the Lyra said. "Someone who can see the fundamental connections between all living things and manipulate them. My grandmother was executed for being one. Your mother hid what she was her entire life. And now you. Now I'm standing in the open, bonded to a pack, with everyone knowing what I can do." I finished. "Exactly," the Lyra said. "Which is why I'm telling you this. Because the wolf territories aren't ready for a threadweaver. They weren't ready 200 years ago, and they're not ready now. There will be those who come for you, who tries to control you or kill you or force you to use your power for their purposes." "Let them try," Lorcan said, his voice hard. "Eirlys has the protection of the entire Shadowmere pack. Anyone who wants to harm her will have to go through us first." "Noble," the Lyra said. "Stupid, but noble. You can't protect her from everything alpha. You can't protect her from wolves who see her as a threat to the natural order. You can't protect her from those who will want to study her, dissect her gift, use her as a weapon. Then what do you suggest?" I asked. "Learn to protect yourself," the Lyra said. "Learn to use your gift fully, without fear, without hesitation. Your mother died because she couldn't bring herself to harm others, even when it meant saving herself. Don't make the same mistake." "You want me to become like you?" I asked. "Cold and cruel and willing to curse innocent people?" "I want you to survive," the Lyra said. "I want Alera's daughter to live long enough to fulfill the potential your mother never could. And if that means learning some harder lessons, accepting that sometimes compassion isn't enough, yes, I want you to become whatever you need to be to survive. She pulled something from her dress, a small leather-bound journal, worn and stained. This was your mother's. Her notes on thread weaving, on how to manipulate life and death threads, on the limits and possibilities of our gift. She left it with me for safekeeping before she died. Now it's yours. She held it out, and after a moment's hesitation, I took it. The leather was soft with age, and when I opened it, I saw my mother's handwriting. Neat, careful, filling page after page with observations and theories. Why give this to me now?
I asked.
Because you've earned it, the Eirlys said simply. And because I owe your mother a debt I can never fully repay. She tried to save me from becoming what I am. The least I can do is try to save her daughter from making the same mistakes I did. She stepped back, and suddenly she looked very old, very tired. I'll leave the territories. Go somewhere far away where I can't hurt anyone else. But Eirlys, if you ever need help understanding your gift, if you ever need someone who knows what it's like to be a thread weaver in a world that fears you, send word. I'll come. Just like that, Rydian said suspiciously. You curse our pack, nearly kill our alpha, and now you expect us to just let you walk away? I expect nothing, the Eirlys said. I'm offering information in exchange for my life. Whether you accept that bargain is up to you. I looked at Lorcan. Through the bond, I felt his conflict, the alpha who wanted justice for his pack, the man who understood that killing a powerless wolf wasn't justice, it was revenge. Let her go, I said quietly. Eirlys, Rydian protested. She's powerless, I said. The curse consumed her magic when I reversed it. She's no threat to anyone now. And I looked at the Lyra. She gave me answers I've spent my entire life searching for. That's worth something. Your mother would have done the same, the Lyra said softly. She always believed in mercy, even for those who didn't deserve it. Don't mistake this for mercy, I said. If you ever threaten my pack again, if you ever try to hurt anyone I care about, I won't hesitate. Threadweaver or not, I'll end you. I believe you, the Lyra said. Which is exactly why you'll survive what comes next. You have your mother's compassion, but you also have the strength to make hard choices. That's what being a threadweaver requires, balance. She turned and began walking away, toward the border, toward exile. The Lyra, I called after her. She looked back. My mother, did she know? In the end, did she know what she was doing? That saving those wolves would kill her. The Lyra's smile was sad. She knew. And she did it anyway. Because that's who she was. And now, she looked at me. That's who you are too. Your mother's daughter, in every way that matters. Then she was gone, disappearing into the forest, leaving me standing there with her journal clutched in my hands and more questions than answers. Are you okay? Lorcan asked gently. I don't know, I admitted. I just learned my mother had the same gift I do. That she died the same way I almost died. That I'm something called a thread weaver, and apparently that's going to make me a target for what? Other packs? Old gods? I don't even know what that means. It means we prepare, Lorcan said firmly. It means we learn everything we can about your gift, about what you can do, about how to protect you. It means I'm not hiding anymore, I interrupted. The Lyra was right about that. I can't spend my life afraid of what I am. I have to learn to use my gift fully, to understand it, to embrace it. I looked down at my mother's journal. And maybe now, with this, I can finally understand where I came from.
Who I really am.
You're Eirlys, Lorcan said, tilting my chin up to meet his eyes. You're my healer, my bondmate, the woman I love. That's who you are. Everything else, the thread weaving, the gifts, the power, that's just details. I felt tears prick my eyes again. How do you always know exactly what to say? Practice, he said, pulling me close. And the bond. Can't hide anything from each other now. I laughed despite everything, leaning into his embrace. Through the bond, I felt his steady certainty, his love, his absolute conviction that we could handle whatever came next. What do we do now? I asked. Now, he said, we go home. We rest. We celebrate being alive. And tomorrow, he pulled back to look at me. Tomorrow, we start figuring out what being a thread weaver means. Together. Together, I agreed. We walked back towards Shadowmere territory, surrounded by guards, carrying my mother's journal and the knowledge that my life had just become infinitely more complicated. But as we crested the hill and I saw the settlement spread out before us, my pack, my home, my future, I realized something. For the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of what I was. I was a thread weaver, a healer, a bondmate, a member of Shadowmere Pack. And whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever threats emerged from the shadows, I wouldn't face them alone. I had a pack. I had Lorcan. I had my mother's wisdom written in her own hand. And I had myself, finally, fully, without fear or shame. That would have to be enough. Because the world was about to discover what a thread weaver could do when she stopped hiding. And I had a feeling that discovery was going to change everything. Chapter 11. Threads of the Past. 3 weeks after Thalira's exile, I sat in the healing lodge surrounded by books, my mother's journal open before me, and finally began to understand what I'd become. The journal was extraordinary, filled not just with medical notes, but with detailed observations about thread weaving. My mother had documented everything: how life threads differed from death threads, how to strengthen weakening connections, how to sense the flow of energy through living beings, even theories about manipulating time itself through the threads that connected past and future. But it was the final entry that haunted me. I've seen my own death thread today, she'd written in shaking handwriting. It tightens around my heart, silver and inevitable, and I know my time is running short. But I've also seen Eirlys's thread, golden, strong, stretching far into the future. She'll be powerful, far more than I ever was. I pray she finds teachers who can guide her properly. I pray she never has to learn, as I did, that the greatest danger to a thread weaver isn't external threats. It's the temptation to play God, to believe that because we can see and manipulate the threads of fate, we should. Some threads are meant to remain untouched. Some deaths are meant to happen. I only hope she learns this lesson more gently than I did. You're doing it again. I looked up to find Lorcan in the doorway, carrying a tray with tea and food I hadn't asked for, but definitely needed. Doing what? I asked. Forgetting to eat. Forgetting to sleep. Obsessing over your mother's journal until your eyes cross. He set the tray down and moved behind me, his hands settling on my shoulders. You've barely left this room in 3 days, Eirlys. I'm learning, I protested, but even to my own ears, it sounded weak. You're hiding, he corrected gently. Ever since the Lyra told you what you are, you've been avoiding the pack. Avoid me. Bury yourself in books instead of actually practicing your gift. He wasn't wrong. I'd been so focused on understanding thread weaving intellectually that I'd avoided actually using it. Afraid, maybe, of what I might discover about myself. Afraid of becoming like the Lyra, so consumed by power that I forgot to be human. I don't know how to do this, I admitted quietly. A thread weaver. Something that hasn't existed in 200 years. Something that scares people. You don't scare me, Lorcan said. You should be scared, I said. I can see your life thread, Lorcan. Right now, I can see it, golden, strong, connecting you to me, to the pack, to your future. And I know, theoretically, how to cut it, how to end your life with a thought. Doesn't that terrify you? No, he said simply. Because I trust you. I trust that you'd never use your power to harm unnecessarily. That you'd protect rather than destroy. He knelt beside my chair, taking my hands. But Eirlys, you can't learn to control your gift by just reading about it. You need to practice. You need to actually use your abilities, test your limits, understand what you're capable of. What if I hurt someone? The fear I'd been holding back finally spilled out. What if I try to manipulate a life thread and accidentally cut it instead? What if I become like the Lyra, so focused on power that I forget about consequences? Then we'll deal with it, he said firmly.
Together.
But Eirlys, avoiding your gift won't make it go away. It'll just make you more afraid of it. Before I could respond, Rydian burst through the door, his scarred face urgent. We have a situation, he said. There's a delegation at the border. From the Council of Alphas. Lorcan stood immediately. What do they want? To speak with Eirlys, Rydian said, and his expression was grim. Apparently, word of the Threadweaver has spread. The council wants to meet her. 2, he paused, assess whether she poses a threat to territorial stability. My stomach dropped. They want to judge whether I'm dangerous. They want to control you, Lorcan said, his voice hard. Or eliminate you if they decide you're too much of a risk. The council has a long history of destroying anything they don't understand. How many? I asked. 5 alphas, Rydian said, representing the major territories. They've brought small honor guards, but it's clearly a show of force. They're making a statement. Then we make one back, Lorcan said. Eirlys is under Shadowmere protection. She's bonded to my pack. If they want to threaten her, they'll have to go through us first. That could start a war, I said quietly. Then it starts a war, he said. I won't hand you over to be judged by wolves who fear what they can't control. Through the bond, I felt his absolute certainty, his willingness to fight the entire council, if necessary, to protect me. It was both comforting and terrifying. Let me talk to them, I said. Eirlys. I said let me talk to them. I repeated firmly. Running or fighting will only confirm their fears. But if I face them, if I show them I'm not a threat, maybe we can avoid bloodshed. Or maybe they'll kill you the moment you're in reach, Rydian said bluntly. Then you'll avenge me, I said. But I have to try. I can't spend my entire life hiding from what I am. The Lyra was right about that much. Lorcan looked like he wanted to argue, but after a moment, he nodded.
Fine.
But you're not meeting them alone. I'll be at your side, and Rydian will position guards around the meeting site. Any sign of threat, any hint of aggression. You'll protect me, I finished. I know. Through the bond, remember? I can feel your fierce protective instincts from here. His lips twitched despite the tension. Fierce protective instincts. Is that what we're calling it? Among other things, I said, trying to inject some lightness into the situation. We found the council delegation waiting in a neutral clearing just outside Shadowmere territory. 5 alphas stood in a semicircle, each flanked by 2 guards, each representing a different approach to power. Alpha Darius of the Eastern Lowlands was tall and lean, with calculating gray eyes that assessed me like I was a puzzle to be solved. Alpha Marin of the Western Mountains was female, scarred and battle-hardened, watching me with the wariness of a warrior who'd seen too much death. Alpha Fennec of the Southern Marshes was older, his face weathered by time, his expression carefully neutral. Alpha Saskia of the Northern Peaks was young for an alpha, barely 30, with sharp features and sharper intelligence in her pale blue eyes. And Alpha Rowan of the Central Plains was massive, built like a mountain, radiating the kind of casual violence that came from never having lost a fight. Eirlys Thorn. Darius spoke first, his voice smooth. The Threadweaver. We've been hearing remarkable stories about you. I'm sure you have, I said, keeping my voice steady. Though I suspect many of them are exaggerated. Are they? Marin asked. We heard you broke the Lyra Nightshade's curse. That you absorbed dark magic meant to kill 300 wolves and somehow survived. That you can see and manipulate the very threads of life and death. All true, I admitted. Though I didn't do it alone. I had help. From Alpha Lorcan, Fennec observed, his eyes shifting to Lorcan standing at my side. Your bondmate, we understand. Convenient that the Threadweaver is allied with one of the most powerful packs in the territories. Our bond isn't political, Lorcan said coldly. It's personal. Everything is political when you're an alpha, Saskia said. Surely you understand that, Lorcan. A Threadweaver bonded to Shadowmere gives you considerable leverage over the other packs. The ability to heal or harm at will, that's a weapon. I'm not a weapon, I said firmly. I'm a healer. A healer who can kill with a thought, Rowan rumbled. Forgive us if we find that distinction unconvincing. What do you want? I asked directly. You didn't come here just to tell me I'm frightening. State your purpose. The alphas exchanged glances. Finally, Darius spoke. The council has concerns, he said. Threadweavers have historically been dangerous. The last one, the Lyra's grandmother, was executed for using her power to manipulate entire packs. Before that, records show Threadweavers starting wars, toppling governments, playing with life and death like it was a game. I'm not doing any of those things, I said. Not yet, Marin said. But power corrupts, Eirlys. You're young, relatively untrained, and you've been given abilities that should never exist in one person. How long before you decide that you know better than everyone else? That your judgment should override pack law? How long before you become exactly what the Lyra became? Fennec added quietly. The accusation stung because it echoed my own fears, the ones I'd been wrestling with for weeks. So, what are you proposing? Lorcan asked, his voice dangerous. That Eirlys submit to council oversight? That she prove she's not a threat by what? Suppressing her gift? Letting you control when and how she uses her abilities. We're proposing that she comes to the council seat, Saskia said. That she allows herself to be studied, tested, monitored. That she proves through her actions over time that she can be trusted with the power she wields. You want to imprison her, I said flatly. We want to protect the territories, Darius corrected. A Threadweaver operating without oversight is too dangerous. History has shown us that much. So, yes, we want you to come voluntarily to the council seat, submit to observation, and demonstrate that you're not a threat. And if I refuse? The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Then the council will have no choice but to consider you a rogue element, Fennec said carefully. A threat to territorial stability. And threats, he paused, must be eliminated. You're threatening to kill her. Lorcan's voice was deadly quiet. For the crime of existing. We're offering her a choice, Marin said. Cooperation or conflict. She decides which. I looked at the 5 alphas, at their guards positioned strategically, at the thinly veiled threat beneath their diplomatic words. And I made a decision. I reached out with my gift, letting my consciousness expand until I could see all the life threads in the clearing, golden lines connecting every living being, pulsing with energy and possibility. The alpha's threads were thick, strong, surrounded by the thinner threads of their guards. But I could see the connections between them, could see how one thread supported another, how the web of life bound them all together. And I could see with crystal clarity exactly how to cut every single one of those threads simultaneously. It would be easy. One thought, one precise manipulation, and every wolf in this clearing except Lorcan and his guards would drop dead. The realization terrified me, because part of me, a small, dark part, wanted to do it. Wanted to show them exactly what a Threadweaver could do when threatened. I wanted to prove that I wasn't something to be controlled or caged. Don't, Lorcan's voice whispered through the bond. Don't let them make you into what they fear. Don't prove them right. He was right. Killing them would only confirm every suspicion and would turn me into exactly the monster they believed I was. So instead, I did something else. I reached out and touched Darius's life thread, not to cut it, but to share it, to let him feel what I felt, see what I saw, understand what it meant to be a Threadweaver. He gasped, his eyes going wide. Through the connection, I showed him my memories. My mother died while I watched helplessly. Years of hiding my gift, afraid of what others would think. The moment I chose to help Lorcan's pack despite the danger. The agony of driving a dagger into my own heart to save 300 wolves. I showed him my fear, the constant worry that I'd become like the Lyra, that power would corrupt me, that I'd lose myself in the threads. And I showed him my resolve, to use my gift for healing, to protect rather than harm, to be worthy of the trust Lorcan and Shadowmere had placed in me. When I released the connection, Darius staggered back, breathing hard. What did you do? He demanded. I let you see the truth, I said quietly. I let you understand what it's like to be me, to have this power and be terrified of it, to want nothing more than to help people while everyone assumes you're dangerous. I looked at each of the alphas in turn. You want to know if I can be trusted? Then trust this. I could have killed all of you just now. It would have been easy. But I didn't. Because that's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. You invaded his mind, Rowan said, his voice uncertain for the first time. I shared my truth. I corrected. There's a difference. I'm not asking you to stop being wary of me. I'm asking you to see me as something more than a threat. To understand that thread weavers aren't inherently evil. We're just people with unusual abilities trying to figure out how to live in a world that fears us. Marin stepped forward, her warrior's eyes assessing.
Show me, she said.
Let me see what you showed, Darius. And me, Saskia added. One by one, I connected with each alpha, sharing my memories, my fears, my hopes. It was exhausting, leaving me mentally drained, but necessary. When I finished, the clearing was silent. Finally, Phoenix spoke. I believe her, he said quietly. She's terrified of her own power. That's not the attitude of someone planning to use it for domination. Or she's an excellent liar, Rowan said, but his voice lacked conviction. No one is that good a liar, Marin said. I felt her fear. It was real. Saskia nodded slowly. So, what do we do? Let her remain free? Hope that fear keeps her in check. We trust her, Lorcan said firmly. The same way she trusted you enough to share her truth instead of killing you when you threatened her. We trust that she'll continue to use her gift for healing rather than harm. And if we're wrong? Darius asked. If she becomes exactly what we fear? Then I'll stop her myself, Lorcan said, and through the bond, I felt the weight of that promise. I'm bonded to her. I can feel her intentions, her emotions. If Eirlys ever becomes a threat to the territories, I'll know. And I'll act. It was a terrible promise, one that must have cost him everything to make. But it seemed to satisfy the council. Very well, Darius said finally. The thread weaver remains free.
For now.
But Lorcan, you're responsible for her. If she causes harm, if she uses her power irresponsibly, the council will hold you accountable as well. Understood, Lorcan said. The alphas prepared to leave, but Marin paused beside me. For what it's worth, she said quietly, I hope you prove us wrong. I hope you become the kind of thread weaver the legends forgot about, one who used her power for good. But Eirlys, her eyes were serious. Be careful. Power has a way of changing people, no matter how good their intentions start out. I know, I said. I'll be careful. When they were gone, I collapsed against Lorcan, exhaustion finally catching up with me. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever done, I admitted. You were magnificent, he said, holding me close. You could have killed them. Should have killed them for threatening you like that. But you chose mercy. Choose understanding. That's who you are, Eirlys. That's who you'll always be. Through the bond, I felt his pride, his love, his absolute certainty in me. I hope you're right, I whispered. Because I felt it, Lorcan. When I saw how easy it would be to kill them, I felt the temptation. Just for a moment, I understood why the Lyra became what she did. But you didn't give in, he said firmly. You felt the temptation and chose differently. That's what matters. We walked back to Shadowmere together and I realized something. The council's visit hadn't been a threat. It was a test. And I passed, not by proving I was harmless, but by proving I had the strength to choose compassion even when violence would have been easier. But as we entered the settlement, as pack members welcomed me back with relief and celebration, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The council knew about me now. Other powers would follow. Wolves who wanted to use me, or destroy me, or control me. Being a thread weaver meant being visible, being a target. But it also meant being exactly what my mother had been, someone who used impossible power in service of healing rather than harm. And with Lorcan at my side, with Shadowmere supporting me, with my mother's journal guiding me, maybe I could live up to that legacy. Maybe I could prove that threadweavers didn't have to be monsters. Maybe I could be something better. Chapter 12. When Old Gods Wake. The dream started 3 nights after the council's visit. At first, they were fragments, glimpses of places I'd never been, faces I'd never seen. A temple carved from black stone. A woman with silver eyes chanting in a language that made my teeth ache. Threads, not silver or gold, but colors that shouldn't exist, weaving patterns that hurt to look at directly. And a voice, ancient and vast, speaking words I couldn't understand but felt in my bones. Threadweaver. We have been waiting. I woke up gasping, the bond with Lorcan flaring as he sensed my distress even in sleep. He was at my side instantly, his hands on my shoulders, grounding me. Another nightmare? He asked. Not a nightmare, I said, trying to slow my racing heart. Something else. A message, maybe. Or a warning. It was the fourth night in a row. Each dream was more vivid than the last, more insistent. Something was trying to reach me through the threads, something old and powerful and patient. You need to talk to Kalen, Lorcan said firmly. He knows more about ancient magic than anyone. If something is reaching out to you... I know, I interrupted. I'll talk to him in the morning. Right now, I just need... I leaned into him, letting his solid presence chase away the lingering unease. I just need you. He held me close, and through the bond, I felt his concern, his love, his determination to protect me from whatever was coming. But some things I was learning couldn't be protected against. Some things could only be faced. Morning came too quickly. I found Kalen in his quarters, surrounded by texts so old they crumbled at the edges. He looked up as I entered, and something in his weathered face told me he'd been expecting me. The dreams, he said without preamble. They started 3 nights ago, didn't they? After the council's visit. I stared at him. How did you? Because the same thing happened to your mother, he said quietly. And to Thalira's grandmother before her. When a threadweaver displays their power openly, when they stop hiding what they are, the old gods take notice. A chill ran down my spine. Old gods. What old gods? Kalen gestured for me to sit, then pulled out a text so ancient the pages were more leather than paper. Before the wolf packs, before the territories as we know them, there were other powers in this world. Beings that existed between life and death, that fed on the threads connecting all living things. He turned pages carefully, revealing illustrations that made my stomach turn, creatures that were neither alive nor dead, existing in some terrible in-between state. The threadweavers of old didn't just see and manipulate life and death, Kalen continued. They could communicate with these beings. Could bargain with them. Could even, in some cases, bind them to service. That sounds insane, I said. It was, Kalen agreed. The power corrupted most threadweavers eventually. They'd start with good intentions, using the old gods' power to heal, to protect, to save lives. But the gods demanded payment. Always pay. And that payment, he paused, his eyes haunted, was always blood. My mother, I said slowly. Did she? Your mother refused them, Kalen said. When the old gods came calling, when they offered her power beyond imagining in exchange for service, she said no. It nearly killed her, saying no to that kind of power, resisting their call. But she did it. And Thalira's grandmother? Said yes, Kalen said grimly. She bound herself to one of the old gods, used its power to curse and kill, and eventually, he closed the book carefully. Eventually, the god consumed her. Used her body as a vessel to manifest in our world. That's why she was executed, not just for her crimes, but to destroy the god she'd become host to. I felt sick. And now these gods are reaching out to me. Yes, Kalen confirmed. Your display of power, showing the council what you could do, manipulating multiple life threads simultaneously, was like sending up a flare. Every old god still slumbering in the spaces between worlds felt it. And now they're trying to reach you, trying to offer you the same bargain they offered your mother. What do I do? I asked. You refuse them, Kalen said firmly. No matter what they promise, no matter how desperate the situation seems, you refuse. Because accepting their power means losing yourself, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but the god wearing your skin. Before I could respond, Rydian burst through the door. We have a problem, he said, his face pale. The boarders, all of them, simultaneously. They're failing. Lorcan appeared behind him, already moving into crisis mode. What do you mean failing? The protective wards around Shadowmere territory, Rydian said. The ones that have been in place for decades. They're dissolving. And we're seeing things at the edges, shadows that move wrong, sounds that shouldn't exist. Something is trying to get in. Through the bond, I felt Lorcan's alarm, and beneath it, a terrible certainty. It's because of me, I said. The old gods, they're trying to reach me physically. The wards are designed to keep out normal threats, but gods don't care about mortal magic, Kaelin finished grimly. If they want you, a few protective wards won't stop them. Then we strengthen the wards, Lorcan said. It won't work, I interrupted. Don't you understand? They'll keep coming, keep pressing, until either the wards shatter completely, or you go to them, a new voice said from the doorway. We all spun to find the Lyra standing there, looking gaunt and worn, her ice blue eyes haunted. What are you doing here? Lorcan demanded. You were exiled. I came to warn her, the Lyra said, looking directly at me. I felt it 3 nights ago, the old gods waking, reaching out. I knew they'd come for you, just like they came for my grandmother, just like they tried to come for your mother. You bound yourself to one, I said, understanding flooding through me. That's where your curse magic came from. You made a deal with an old god. Yes, the Lyra admitted. When I was young, desperate for power, terrified of being as powerless as my grandmother had been at the end. A god called the Hollow King offered me everything, strength, knowledge, the ability to weave curses that couldn't be broken. All it wanted in exchange was, she stopped, her expression haunted. What? Lorcan demanded. Service, the Lyra said. It wanted me to find other thread weavers, to bring them to it, so it could consume their power and grow stronger. That's why I was so interested in you, Eirlys. Why did I test you so thoroughly? Her voice broke. I was going to offer you to the Hollow King. Rage flooded through me. You were going to sacrifice me to a god? I was going to save myself, the Lyra corrected bitterly. The god's hold on me was growing stronger. It was consuming me piece by piece. I thought if I gave it another thread weaver, someone more powerful, it might release me, might let me go. But I broke your curse, I said slowly. When I reversed the magic, when I stripped your power away. You severed my connection to the Hollow King, the Lyra said. For the first time in 15 years, I was free of its influence. Free of its voice in my head, its hunger eating away at my soul. You saved me, even though I deserved nothing but death. She stepped closer, and I saw tears on her cheeks. But now it wants you. And Eirlys, it won't stop. It will tear down every ward, kill anyone who stands between you and it, burn Shadowmere to the ground if that's what it takes to claim you. Then I'll fight it, I said. You can't, the Lyra said. The Hollow King is ancient, powerful beyond anything you can imagine. It exists between life and death, feeding on the threads that connect all living things. Fighting it is. Suicide, Kaelin finished quietly. Then what do? I demanded. Let it take me? Become its host? Spend the rest of my existence as a puppet for some ancient horror? No, the Lyra said. You do what your mother should have done. What I should have done. You face it on your terms, in a place of your choosing, and you make it an offer it can't refuse. What kind of offer? Lorcan asked suspiciously. A bargain, the Lyra said. Not for power, not for service, but for freedom. The old gods are bound by ancient laws, ancient contracts. They can't refuse a properly worded bargain, can't break the terms once agreed upon. If you can offer it something it values more than your service, it might let me go, I finished. What could a thread weaver possibly offer a god that it would value more than having her as a host? Rydian demanded. The Lyra's expression was grim. Knowledge. The old gods are dying, you see. Slowly, over centuries, as the world forgets them, as fewer thread weavers are born who can perceive them, they're fading. The Hollow King wants what every dying thing wants, to understand why, to know how to survive. And I'm supposed to have this knowledge? I asked incredulously. You're a threadweaver who survived having curse magic channeled through her, the Lyra said. You transformed dark magic into healing magic. You evolved beyond what threadweavers were supposed to be capable of. That transformation, that evolution, that's what the Hollow King wants to understand. Because if it can learn how you did it, it might be able to transform itself. Might be able to survive the world's forgetting. It was insane. Bargaining with an ancient god, offering its secrets about my own transformation in exchange for freedom. But it was also the only plan we had. Where? I asked. Where do I meet it? The Vale, the Lyra said. The place where the boundary between life and death is thinnest. It's 3 days' journey north, in the mountains beyond the territories. I can guide you there, help you prepare the ritual circle, teach you the words of binding that will force the Hollow King to honor its bargain. And if the bargain fails? Lorcan asked. Then the god consumes her, the Lyra said bluntly, and uses her body to manifest fully in this world. Which would be, she paused, apocalyptically bad for everyone. I'm not letting her do this alone, Lorcan said immediately. You can't come, the Lyra said. The Vale only allows threadweavers to enter. Anyone else who tries will be torn apart by the energies there. Then I'll wait outside, Lorcan said stubbornly. I'll be as close as possible, ready to pick up the pieces if I fail. I finished softly. Through the bond, I felt his anguish, his desperate desire to protect me warring with the knowledge that this was a battle he couldn't fight for me. 3 days, I said. That's how long we have to prepare. Kaelin, I need every scrap of information you have about the old gods, about bargaining with them, about what mistakes to avoid. The Lyra, teach me the ritual. Everything you know about the Hollow King, everything I need to survive this. I turned to Lorcan. And you help me strengthen the pack bonds. If I'm going into this, I want every thread connecting me to Shadowmere as strong as possible. If the worst happens, if the god tries to consume me, I swallowed hard. I want the pack to be able to pull me back. It won't come to that, Lorcan said fiercely. But if it does, I insisted. Promise me you'll try. Promise me you won't just let God have me. I promise, he said, and pulled me close. I promise I'll fight for you until my last breath. God can try to take you, but it'll have to go through me first. Through all of us. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. Kaelin taught me everything he could about the old gods, their nature, their weaknesses, the laws that bound them. I learned that gods couldn't lie directly, couldn't break bargains once made, couldn't harm someone who'd been offered guest right in their domain. The Lyra drilled me relentlessly on the ritual words, the gestures, the precise phrasing needed to force a binding contract. One wrong word, one mispronounced syllable, and the bargain would be void. And Lorcan held me every night, strengthening the bond between us until I could feel not just his emotions but his very essence, could draw on his strength as if it were my own. On the 3rd night, as we lay tangled together, he finally said what we'd both been avoiding. I could lose you tomorrow, he said quietly. You could walk into the Vale and never come back. And his voice broke. I don't know how to accept that. Then don't, I said, turning to face him. Don't accept it. Refuse it. Believe absolutely that I'm coming back to you, and help me believe it too. I love you, he said, and it wasn't the first time he'd said it, but it felt heavier now. More final. Whatever happens tomorrow, I need you to know, you changed everything for me. You made me believe that my vision of a better pack wasn't just naive idealism. You proved that compassion isn't weakness. He stopped overcome. I love you too, I said, tears streaming down my face. And I will come back to you. I survived a curse, survived driving a dagger through my own heart. I can survive one ancient god. Promise me, he said. I promise, I said, and kissed him like it might be our last chance. The next morning, we left for the Vale, the Lyra, myself, and Lorcan with a small guard who would wait at the boundary while I went in alone. The journey took us through increasingly wild territory, past the mapped lands, and into places where reality felt thin, unstable. The air shimmered strangely, and I started seeing things at the corners of my vision, Threads that weren't quite gold or silver, colors that hurt to perceive, shapes that moved in ways that violated the laws of physics. "We're close," the lyra said. "The veil affects the world around it, makes everything less certain, less solid." Finally, we reached it, a clearing where the air itself seemed to ripple like water, where the threads I could normally see tangled into impossible knots, where the boundary between life and death was so thin I could feel both states simultaneously. "This is it," the lyra said. "Once you step through that boundary, you'll be in the Hollow King's domain. It will feel you immediately, come for you immediately. You'll have minutes at best to establish the bargaining circle, speak the words of binding, and offer your deal. And if something goes wrong?" I asked. "Then don't hesitate," she said seriously. "Use the escape word I taught you, and the ritual will eject you from the veil. You'll have one chance to flee before the god follows you out. Use it." I turned to Lorcan, who stood at the edge of the clearing, every line of his body tense with the need to follow me, to protect me. "I'll be right here," he said. "The moment you come back, I'll be here." "I know," I said, and through the bond, I poured every ounce of love I felt, every promise I wanted to make, every hope for our future. Then, before I could lose my nerve, I stepped through the veil. The world inverted. I was standing in the same clearing, but everything was wrong. The sky was the color of old bruises, the ground was soft and yielding like flesh, and the threads, gods, the threads were everywhere, tangled and pulsing and alive. And in the center of it all I felt it. The Hollow King. Ancient.
Vast. Hungry.
Thread weaver. Its voice was like the scraping of bones, the whisper of forgotten names. "Finally, I have been waiting so long to meet you." I drew in a breath, steadied myself, and began to draw the ritual circle that would force this god to bargain on my terms. Win or lose, live or die, this was where my story would either end or transform into something entirely new. Chapter 13. The Hollow King's Bargain. The ritual circle took shape beneath my trembling hands, lines of silver light drawn in the air itself, symbols that the lyra had drilled into me until I could recite them in my sleep. Each mark I made glowed briefly before settling into the fabric of this twisted reality, creating a boundary that even a god couldn't cross without invitation. But I could feel the Hollow King circling, patient and ancient, waiting for me to finish. Clever, its voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "Your teacher trained you well. But circles only delay the inevitable, little threadweaver. Eventually you must speak with me. Eventually you must decide." "I know what I'm deciding," I said, forcing my voice steady as I completed the final symbol. "I'm offering you a bargain." A bargain. The god's amusement was palpable, making the air itself vibrate with dark humor. How many times have I heard those words? How many threadweavers have stood where you stand, believing they could outsmart a being that has existed since the first death, the first thread was severed. "Then one more shouldn't bother you," I said, stepping into the center of the circle. "Unless you're afraid of what I might offer." The landscape around me shifted, and suddenly the Hollow King manifested. It wore the shape of a man, tall, elegant, with features that were almost beautiful until you looked too long and realized nothing was quite right. Its eyes were hollow voids that leaked silver light. Its skin was translucent, showing the threads beneath, and when it smiled, its teeth were made of broken promises and forgotten names. "Afraid," it said, and its voice now came from the man-shaped thing standing just outside my circle. "I am afraid, little one. I am the moment between heartbeats when you wonder if the next one will come. I am the cold knowledge that everything you love will eventually end. I don't fear bargains. I am the price of every bargain ever made." It circled my protective boundary, studying me with those terrible hollow eyes. "But you interest me," it continued. "You're different from the others. Your mother refused my offer out of cowardice, terrified of what she might become. The lyra's grandmother accepted out of greed, hungry for power she didn't deserve. But you," it tilted its head, "you're not afraid, and you're not greedy. You're desperate. And desperation makes for the most interesting bargains." I'm not desperate, I said. I'm practical. You want thread weavers to study, to understand, to help you survive the world's forgetting. I want freedom from your influence. That's not desperation. That's negotiation. Is it? The Hollow King stopped moving, fixing me with those void-like eyes. Or is it a delay tactic? A way to buy time while you search for some miraculous escape, some way to defeat me that doesn't require giving me what I want. It was unsettlingly perceptive. I'll admit, I said carefully, that I prefer not to give you anything. But I'm realistic enough to know you won't leave me alone otherwise. So yes, I'm offering you a bargain. Knowledge in exchange for freedom. What knowledge could you possibly have that I don't? The Hollow King asked. I've existed for millennia. I've watched empires rise and fall. I've seen the birth and death of gods. What could a 24-year-old wolf teach me about survival? How to transform, I said. How to take cursed magic, dark, destructive, corrupting, and turn it into something else. Something that heals instead of harms. You said you're dying because the world forgets you, because fewer thread weavers can perceive you. But what if you didn't need thread weavers to perceive you? What if you could transform into something the world remembers? Something it needs? The Hollow King went very still. Explain, it said, and for the first time, I heard genuine interest in its voice. You feed on death, I said. On the severing of threads, on endings. That's why you're dying, because you're fundamentally parasitic. You take without giving, consume without creating. The world is forgetting you because it doesn't need you. I took a breath. But what if you could transform? What if instead of feeding on death, you could sustain yourself in the space between life and death? On transitions, transformations, changes? People would always need that. I will always remember a god of transformation. You're suggesting I fundamentally alter my nature, the Hollow King said slowly. Change what I am at the most basic level. Do you have any idea how difficult, how dangerous such a transformation would be? I have some idea, I said, touching my chest where the dagger had pierced my heart. I did it myself. Transformed from a healer who could only redirect death into something new. Something that can see life and death as two parts of the same cycle, can work with both. It nearly killed me. It did kill me, briefly. But I came back changed, evolved. And you think you can teach me this process? The god's skepticism was clear. I think I can show you how I did it, I corrected. I can open my memories to you, let you see the exact moment of transformation, understand the mechanics of how curse magic became healing magic. What you do with that knowledge, whether you can apply it to yourself, that's up to you. The Hollow King was silent for a long moment, considering. And in exchange for this knowledge, it asked, You leave me alone, I said firmly. You release any claim you might have on me as a thread weaver. You don't reach out to me, don't try to bargain with me again, don't interfere in my life. You let me live freely, without your shadow hanging over me. Generous terms, the god observed. For you, what do I gain beyond theoretical knowledge that might not even apply to beings of my nature? You gain hope, I said. Right now you're dying slowly, fading as the world forgets. This knowledge gives you a chance, maybe the only chance to survive. To transform into something that won't be forgotten. That seems like a fair trade to me. The Hollow King circled again, and I could feel it probing at my defenses, testing the strength of my ritual circle, searching for weaknesses. There's something you're not telling me, it said. Some additional motivation beyond simple self-preservation. What is it? I hesitated, then decided honesty was safer than lies with a being this ancient. There are other threadweavers who might be born in the future, I said. Children who'll have this gift, who'll see the threads like I do. I don't want them hunted by you. I don't want them growing up terrified, knowing that an ancient god is waiting to claim them the moment they reveal what they are. I met those hollow eyes steadily. So, yes, I want freedom for myself. But I also want freedom for every threadweaver who comes after me. I want you to leave us alone. All of us. The Hollow King said, and something almost like respect entered its voice. There it is. The the true bargain. You're not just negotiating for yourself, you're trying to free an entire lineage from my influence. Yes, I said. Is that a problem? On the contrary, it said. It makes the bargain more interesting, more binding. The old laws are clear. A bargain made for others is stronger than one made for yourself. If I agree to your terms, if I accept your knowledge in exchange for leaving all thread weavers alone, it smiled that terrible smile, then I'll be bound by powers even I cannot break. So you agree? I asked, hardly daring to hope. Not yet, the Hollow King said. First, I need to see what you're offering. Open your memories to me. Let me witness your transformation. If the knowledge is valuable, if I believe it can help me survive, then yes, I'll accept your bargain. This was the dangerous part. Opening my mind to an ancient god, letting it see my most vulnerable moments, trusting that the ritual circle would protect me from complete possession. But I'd come this far. I couldn't back down now. Agreed, I said. But the circle remains. You view the memories from outside my defenses. You don't enter my mind completely. Acceptable, the god said. Show me, Threadweaver. Show me how you transformed. I closed my eyes and reached for the memory. The moment in Sorrow Hollow when I'd driven the dagger into my own heart. And I opened myself to the Hollow King. The god's presence rushed against my consciousness like a tidal wave, ancient and vast and hungry. But the ritual circle held, keeping it at bay while allowing it to see what I wanted to show. I relived it, every moment of that impossible choice. The fear as I raised the dagger. The pain as I drove it home. The agony of curse magic flooded through me, burning through every cell. And then the crucial moment. The instant when I chose to redirect the curse instead of just absorbing it. When I transformed dark magic into something else by channeling it through my own love, my own desperate need to protect the people I cared about. The memory unfolded like a flower, showing the Hollow King exactly how intention shaped energy, how emotion colored magic, how a healer's instinct to preserve life could transform even the darkest curse into something that healed instead of harmed. When I opened my eyes, the Hollow King stood motionless, its hollow eyes blazing with silver light. Remarkable, it breathed. You didn't just redirect the magic. You fundamentally altered its nature by filtering it through your own essence, through your capacity for love and sacrifice. Yes, I said. And that's the key, I think. You can't just decide to transform. You have to have something to transform into. A purpose that's stronger than your current nature. A reason to change, the god said slowly. Something that matters more than what I am now. Exactly. The Hollow King was silent for a long moment. Then, I accept your bargain. Relief flooded through me so intensely, I nearly collapsed. The knowledge you've shown me is valuable, the god continued. More valuable than another Threadweaver host. More valuable than the slow death I've been facing. You've given me hope, real hope, that I might survive the world's forgetting. It raised one translucent hand, and threads of silver and gold began weaving through the air between us. I, the Hollow King, ancient god of death and endings, do hereby accept this bargain. In exchange for the knowledge Eirlys Thorn has freely given, I release all claims upon her and upon every Threadweaver who exists now or will exist in the future. I will not reach for them, will not bargain with them, will not seek to use them as hosts or servants. This I swear by the oldest laws, by the threads that bind all things, by my own true name which I shall not speak, but which binds me nonetheless. The thread solidified, forming a contract written in light and shadow. Do you accept these terms? The god asked formally. I do, I said, and felt the bargain snap into place, a binding so strong it made my ritual circle look like cobwebs. The Hollow King smiled, and this time, there was something almost warm in it. You're brave, Eirlys Thorn. Foolish, perhaps, but brave. Your mother would be proud. You knew my mother, I said, not a question. I did, the god admitted. I offered her power, as I offered the Lyra's grandmother. She refused me, but it paused. She did so with kindness. She explained why she couldn't accept it, why she had to protect what she loved more than she wanted power.
I didn't understand then.
I was too focused on my own survival, my own needs. The god began to fade, becoming translucent. But I understand now, it said. Your transformation worked because you had something worth transforming for. People you loved more than your own life. And its voice was distant now, barely a whisper. I've been alone so long I'd forgotten what it meant to want something beyond mere survival. Will it work? I asked. Can you transform? I don't know, the god said honestly. But I'm going to try. And if I succeed, if I become something the world remembers instead of something it forgets, it will be because you showed me it was possible. Thank you, Threadweaver, for the knowledge, for the hope, for it faded completely, for caring about what happens to an old god. Then it was gone, and I was alone in the veil with my ritual circle and the binding contract shimmering in the air. I'd done it. I'd bargained with an ancient god and won. The veil began to dissolve around me, reality reasserting itself. I stumbled, suddenly exhausted beyond measure, and felt the escape word on my lips. But I didn't need it. The Hollow King had honored its bargain. I was free. I stepped through the boundary between the veil and the real world, and immediately strong arms caught me. Eirlys, Lorcan's voice, rough with relief and fear. You're alive. What happened? I won, I said, and started laughing despite my exhaustion. I actually won. The god accepted the bargain. We're free. Through the bond, I felt his shock, his relief, his overwhelming love. All Threadweavers? The Lyra asked, her voice shaking. It released all of us? Yes, I confirmed. Any Threadweaver born now or in the future, the Hollow King won't touch them. We're free of its influence forever. The Lyra sank to her knees, and I realized she was crying, not from grief, but from relief so profound it overwhelmed her. You did it, she whispered. You accomplished what my grandmother couldn't, what your mother wouldn't attempt. You freed us. We should go, Lorcan said, lifting me into his arms despite my protests that I could walk. Before something else decides to test the new Threadweaver. We made the journey back to Shadowmere over the next 3 days, and with each mile, I felt lighter. The weight of the Hollow King's attention was gone. The dreams had stopped. For the first time since I'd learned what I was, I felt truly free. When we crossed into Shadowmere territory, the entire pack was waiting. They'd felt it through the bond, the moment of my bargain, the surge of power as the contract was sealed, my survival and return. Vea ran up to me first, throwing her arms around my waist. You came back, she cried. The wolf kept you safe again. It did. I agreed, hugging her close. Very safe. Kalen approached more slowly, his weathered face thoughtful. You bargained with a Hollow King, he said, and won. That's unprecedented. No Threadweaver has ever successfully negotiated freedom from the old gods. Maybe because they were trying to negotiate just for themselves, I said. I negotiated for everyone. Made it bigger than just me. That's what made the bargain binding. Or maybe, Lorcan said, his arm around my waist, you succeeded because you're exactly what a Threadweaver is supposed to be. Someone who uses impossible power in service of others. Someone who thinks about protecting the future, not just surviving the present. That night, Shadowmere celebrated. Not because a crisis had been averted, though it had, but because we'd proven something important. That compassion wasn't a weakness. That choosing to help others, even at personal cost, could change the world. That one person, standing against impossible odds, could make a difference. I stood on the balcony of the Healing Lodge, watching the pack celebrate below, and felt Lorcan join me. What are you thinking? He asked. That 3 months ago, I was alone in a shelter on the borderlands, convinced my life would never amount to anything, I said. And now, I gestured to the celebration, to the pack that had become my family. Now I'm here. I've broken a curse, bargained with a god, and somehow survived both. What comes next? He asked. I turned to face him, seeing my future in his golden eyes. Next, I said, we build something real. We continue reforming Shadowmere. We help other threadweavers, if any are born, teach them to use their gifts safely. I paused, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. We figure out what being bondmates means when we're not constantly fighting for survival. I like the sound of that, Lorcan said, pulling me close, especially the last part. He kissed me, and through the bond, I felt his love, his hope, his absolute certainty that we could build a future together. I love you, I said when we finally broke apart. Not because you saved me, not because of the bond, but because you're you. Because you believe in impossible things and make me believe in them too. I love you, he replied. My brave, stubborn, impossible threadweaver. My healer. My bondmate. My everything. We stood there as the celebration continued below, as the pack we'd built together sang songs of survival and hope, as the future we'd fought for finally began to unfold. And I knew, with the same certainty I'd felt when bargaining with the Hollow King, that this was just the beginning. There would be more challenges, more threats, more impossible choices. But I wouldn't face them alone. I had a pack. I had a bondmate who loved me. I had my mother's journal and Thalira's hard-won wisdom. I had my gift finally understood and no longer feared. And I had myself, no longer broken, no longer hiding, no longer afraid of what I was. I was Eirlys Thorn, threadweaver and healer, bondmate to Alpha Lorcan Shadowmere, member of a pack that had chosen to build something better. And that was more than enough. Chapter 14. Threads of Tomorrow. 6 months later. Spring came to Shadowmere territory, like a promise kept. I stood in the Healing Lodge's garden, watching new growth push through soil that had been barren during the curse months. The herbs I'd planted were thriving: moonflower for fever reduction, silverleaf for wound healing, nightshade carefully contained for pain management. My mother's journal lay open on the bench beside me, its pages filled with her notes on cultivation and harvesting. But I wasn't reading it anymore. I'd memorized every page, internalized every lesson. Now I was writing my own additions, observations about thread weaving, theories about how gifts manifested, careful documentation for whoever might come after me. You're thinking too hard again, a familiar voice said. I turned to find Lorcan approaching, carrying 2 mugs of tea. He'd finally convinced me that taking breaks was important, that I didn't need to solve every problem immediately. Just planning, I said, accepting the tea gratefully. Kaelin thinks we should establish a formal school for gifted wolves. Not just threadweavers, though I doubt we'll see another one for decades. But healers, seers, anyone whose abilities don't fit the traditional pack structure. And you'd run it? Lorcan asked, settling beside me. Co-run it, maybe, with Thalira. His eyebrows rose. You trust her that much now? I trust that she understands what it's like to have a dangerous gift, I said. And that she's spent the last 6 months trying to atone for what she did. She's been working with the pack she hurt, helping repair relationships, teaching younger healers. She's changing, Lorcan. Really changing. Because you gave her a reason to, he said quietly. You showed her that transformation was possible, just like you showed the Hollow King. Through the bond, I felt his pride, his love, and beneath it, something new, a nervous excitement that made my heart skip. What's wrong? I asked. Nothing's wrong, he said, but his hand tightened on his tea mug. There's something I need to ask you. Something I've been thinking about for weeks. Before he could continue, Rydian appeared at the garden entrance, his expression urgent. Alpha, we have visitors. From the Eastern Pack. They're asking for Eirlys specifically. My stomach tightened. The Eastern Pack was Darius's territory, one of the Alphas who'd questioned me after the council visit. We'd maintained cordial relations, but I couldn't imagine why they'd seek me out now. Show them to the Great Hall, Lorcan said, already standing. We'll meet them there. Whatever he'd been about to ask would have to wait. The Eastern Pack delegation consisted of 5 wolves, Darius himself, flanked by guards, and a young female who looked barely 18. She was thin, pale, with dark circles under her eyes and hands that trembled slightly. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. They held the same haunted look I'd seen in mirrors for years, the look of someone who saw things others couldn't. Alpha Lorcan, Eirlys. Darius greeted us formally. Thank you for receiving us on short notice. What brings you to Shadowmere? Lorcan asked, his tone carefully neutral. Darius gestured to the young female. This is Nyxera. She's from one of the smaller packs in my territory. 3 months ago, she began experiencing. He paused, choosing words carefully. Unusual symptoms. Seeing things that others can't. Sensing death before it happens. Manipulating threads of energy that only she can perceive. My heart stopped. She's a thread weaver. We believe so, Darius confirmed. When she revealed her abilities, her pack, his expression darkened. Didn't respond well. They called her cursed, dangerous. They were planning to exile her, possibly worse. I intervened, offered her sanctuary in my territory. But I'm not equipped to train someone with her gifts. She needs someone who understands what she is. He looked directly at me. She needs you. I studied Nyxera, seeing my younger self reflected in her frightened eyes. How long have you been seeing the threads? I asked gently. Since I was 12, she whispered. But I hid it. Pretended to be normal. Then my little brother got sick and I saw his death thread tightening. I tried to save him, tried to redirect it like I'd read about in old stories, but I didn't know how. I made it worse. He almost died because of me. Her voice broke. They're right. I am cursed. I'm dangerous. I shouldn't exist. No, I said firmly, crossing to kneel in front of her. You're not cursed. You're a thread weaver, like me. Your gift isn't evil. It's just powerful and untrained. And your brother, did he survive? She nodded.
Barely.
After I stopped trying to manipulate his thread, a regular healer was able to help him. Then you didn't make it worse, I said. You just didn't know what you were doing yet. But that can be fixed. I can teach you. Hope flickered in her eyes. You do that? Even though I'm not part of your pack. You're a thread weaver, I said. That makes you part of a different kind of pack. One that transcends territories. And I promised. I thought of my bargain with the Hollow King. I promised that future thread weavers wouldn't have to face this alone. That they'd have teachers, support, understanding. I looked at Lorcan, who nodded immediately, the bond between us humming with shared purpose. Nyxera can stay in Shadowmere as long as she needs, he said. We'll provide training, protection, and a place to belong. There's one condition, Darius said. If she learns from you, if she becomes skilled in thread weaving, I want her to return to the Eastern Pack eventually. Not as a threat or a secret, but as an officially recognized healer and advisor. Someone who can use her gifts to help my territory. That's her choice to make, I said, standing. But I'll train her regardless of what she decides. Darius smiled slightly. Fair enough. Thank you, Eirlys. You're proving the Council made the right choice in letting you remain free. After the Eastern Pact delegation left, Nyxera stood in the center of the Healing Lodge, looking lost and overwhelmed. I've never met another thread weaver before, she said quietly. I thought I was the only one. I thought I was broken and alone. I know the feeling, I said. I spent years thinking exactly that. But you're not broken, Nyxera. You're just beginning to understand what you're capable of. I spent the rest of the day showing her the basics, how to see life threads and death threads separately, how to sense the flow of energy through living beings, how to strengthen weakening connections without overwhelming them. She was clumsy at first, her control uncertain. But I saw the raw potential in her, the same gift my mother had possessed, the same abilities that had nearly consumed the Lyra. This is going to take time, I told her as the sun began to set. Years, probably. Thread weaving isn't something you master quickly. But I'll teach you everything I know. Everything my mother taught me through her journal. Everything I learned from the Lyra. Everything I discovered on my own. Why? Nyxera asked. Why would you spend years teaching me? What do you get out of it? A future where thread weavers don't have to hide, I said simply. A world where having unusual gifts is celebrated instead of feared. And maybe, I smiled, a student who will eventually surpass her teacher and discover things about thread weaving that I never imagined. That night, after Nyxera had been settled in guest quarters, I found Lorcan on the balcony overlooking Shadowmere. "You were going to ask me something earlier," I said, joining him. Before Darius arrived. "I was," he confirmed, and I felt his nervousness return through the bond. Though now it feels like terrible timing. "Tell me anyway." He turned to face me, taking both my hands. "Eirlys, we've been bondmates for 6 months. We've faced curses and gods and the council together. We've built something real here, not just between us, but for the entire pack. And he took a breath, I want to make it official.
Permanent.
More than just a bond." My heart started racing. "I want you to be my mate," he said. "Not just in bond, but in the old way. The way that makes you alpha beside me, equal partner in leading Shadowmere. The way that tells everyone in the 5 territories that we're building this future together." "Lorcan, I know it's fast by some standards," he continued. "I know there are political considerations that some wolves might object to a threadweaver as alpha. But I don't care. I love you, Eirlys. I trust you with my pack, with my life, with everything that matters to me. And I want the world to know it." Through the bond, I felt everything he couldn't put into words. The depth of his love, his absolute certainty that this was right, his hope that I felt the same. "Yes," I said, and watched his face transform with joy. "Yes, I'll be your mate. Your alpha. Your equal partner in this impossible life we're building." He kissed me, and the bond between us flared with golden light, strengthening, deepening, becoming something even more profound than it had been. When we finally broke apart, we were both crying and laughing at the same time. "We'll announce it at the next full moon," he said. "Make it a proper ceremony. Invite the other packs. Show everyone that Shadowmere is serious about our reforms. That a threadweaver can lead alongside a traditional alpha." "It's going to cause problems," I warned. "The traditionalists won't like it." "Let them complain," he said. "We've faced worse than disapproving wolves. We can handle this." The next weeks passed in a blur of preparation. The mating ceremony would be the largest gathering Shadowmere had hosted in years. Representatives from all 5 territories, dozens of packs, hundreds of wolves watching to see if this unprecedented union would succeed or fail. I divided my time between ceremony planning and training Nyxera, who was progressing faster than I'd expected. She had a natural talent for thread weaving, an instinct for how the threads connected and flowed. "You're better at this than I was at your age," I told her one afternoon as she successfully redirected a death thread away from a dying plant, giving it a few more days of life. "I have a better teacher," she said. "And I'm not alone anymore. That makes all the difference." The Lyra visited frequently, adding her knowledge to Nyxera's training. The relationship between us had transformed from wary truce to genuine partnership. She was still haunted by what she'd done, still working to atone. But she was also becoming the teacher she should have been all along, sharing her hard-won wisdom without the corruption of the Hollow King's influence. "You're building something remarkable," she told me one evening as we watched Nyxera practice. "A lineage of threadweavers who'll actually help people instead of consuming them. Your mother would be so proud." "So would your grandmother," I said. "If she'd lived to see you freed from the gods' influence. To see you choosing to heal instead of harm." "Maybe," the Lyra said quietly. "But it's thanks to you. You showed me transformation was possible. That we're not defined by our worst choices, only by what we choose to do after." The night before the ceremony, I couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts racing through my mind about the future, about responsibility, about whether I was truly ready to be an alpha. Lorcan found me in the garden, sitting among my mother's herbs, reading her journal by moonlight. "Second thoughts?" he asked, settling beside me. "Thousands of them," I admitted. "I'm a healer, Lorcan. I spent my entire life learning how to save wolves, not lead them. What if I'm terrible at this? What if—" "You won't be," he interrupted gently. "Because you're not doing this alone. We're partners, remember? You bring the healing, the compassion, the ability to see connections others miss. I bring the strategy, the combat experience, the traditional leadership. Together, he took my hand. We're stronger than either of us alone. You're very good at reassurance, I said. I've had practice, he replied. You've been doubting yourself since the day we met. I've gotten good at reminding you of your own strength. Through the bond, I felt his absolute confidence in me, his certainty that we could handle whatever came. Thank you, I said, for choosing me, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself, I gestured to the sleeping territory around us, for all of this. Always, he said. From now until the threads themselves unravel. You're mine, I'm yours, and nothing will change that. The ceremony took place under the full moon, in the great clearing where the pack gathered for important events. Hundreds of wolves filled the space, Shadowmere pack members, representatives from other territories, even Darius and his Eastern Pack delegation. Kalen officiated, his weathered voice carrying across the clearing as he spoke the ancient words of mating, of bonding, of two becoming one in the eyes of Pack and Moon. Lorcan and I stood at the center, hands joined, speaking vows that were both traditional and transformed, promising to lead together, to honor each other's gifts, to build a future worthy of the Pack's trust. When Kalen pronounced us mated alphas of Shadowmere, the Pack howled, a chorus of voices rising into the night sky, acknowledging our union, accepting me fully as their leader. And as I stood there, Lorcan's hand in mine, the Pack bond blazing with joy and acceptance, I felt something shift. Not just in me, but in the threads themselves. I could see them now, golden lines connecting every member of the Pack, stronger and more vibrant than they'd been before. And at the center of it all, the bond between Lorcan and me pulsed like a heart, anchoring the entire web. This was what being alpha meant, not just leading, but being the heart that held everyone together, the center that others could depend on. And somehow, impossibly, I was ready for it. The celebration lasted until dawn. Wolves from different packs mixed and mingled, sharing stories and forming connections that would strengthen the territories. I saw Nyxra laughing with some of the younger pack members, finally relaxed enough to simply be herself. I saw Valera speaking quietly with Marin, the warrior alpha, discussing magical theory and practical applications. I saw Rydian and Kalen coordinating security with an efficiency that spoke of years of partnership. And I saw Vea, no longer dying but thriving, dancing with the other children as if she'd never been marked by a curse at all. This is what we fought for, Lorcan murmured, his arm around my waist. This moment, this peace, this is the possibility of a better future. It's just the beginning, I said. There's so much more to do. Training Nyxra, establishing the school for gifted wolves, maintaining peace with the other territories, figuring out how to lead together. Eirlys, he interrupted gently. Tonight, we celebrate. Tomorrow, we can go back to saving the world. But tonight, he pulled me close. We just exist.
As mates.
As partners. As wolves who somehow survived impossible odds and found each other. He was right. There would always be new challenges, new threats, new impossible choices. But tonight, we had earned the right to simply be happy. So I let myself relax into his embrace, let myself feel the pack bond humming with contentment, let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, we'd built something that would last. As the sun rose over Shadowmere, painting the territory in shades of gold and amber, I thought about my journey. From a lonely healer hiding her gift to a threadweaver alpha building a future worth fighting for. My mother had been right. The greatest danger to a threadweaver was believing we should control everything, fix every problem, and prevent every death. But she'd also been wrong about one thing. We didn't have to face that danger alone. With Lorcan beside me, with the pack supporting me, with students like Nyxra learning from my mistakes, I could be both powerful and careful, both strong and compassionate. I could be exactly what a threadweaver was meant to be. Not a god, not a tyrant, not a savior, just a healer who happened to see the threads connecting all living things and who chose, every single day, to strengthen those threads instead of cutting them. That was legacy enough. That was everything. 5 years later, the school opened on the anniversary of the curse breaking. It occupied the renovated eastern wing of Shadowmere Keep, classrooms for healing arts, practice grounds for unusual gifts, a library filled with texts on everything from thread weaving to prophetic dreams to elemental manipulation. 30 students attended that first year, drawn from packs across all 5 territories. Omegas who could sense emotions, betas with precognitive abilities, even a few alphas whose gifts didn't fit traditional leadership molds. And overseeing it all, 2 thread weavers, one who had learned through isolation and fear, one who was learning through guidance and support. Nyxera had stayed, choosing to teach rather than return to the Eastern Pack. She'd become a skilled healer and an even more talented thread weaver, able to see connections I'd never imagined. Together, we were training a generation who would never have to hide their gifts, never have to fear what they were, and never have to face ancient gods alone. The territories had transformed too. Lorcan's reforms had spread, adopted by progressive alphas who saw the benefit of valuing all pack members regardless of birth or ability to shift. It wasn't perfect. There were still traditionalists, still packs that clung to the old brutal ways. But change was happening, slow and steady and real. And through it all, the bond between Lorcan and me remained strong. Our partnership, both personal and political, intimate and public, proof that 2 very different wolves could build something extraordinary together. I stood in the school's garden, now 3 times the size of my original healing plot, and watched students practice their gifts under Nyxera's patient guidance. "You're thinking too hard again," Lorcan said, appearing beside me with the same greeting he'd used for years. But this time I laughed. "Actually, I'm not thinking at all. I gestured to the students, to the thriving gardens, to the territory we'd built together. Appreciating, being grateful, remembering how far we've come." "We've come pretty far," he agreed, his hand finding mine automatically. "From dying wolves in a blizzard to," he gestured around us, "this. A school for gifted wolves. A pack built on compassion instead of fear. A future we created together." Through the bond, I felt his contentment, his pride, his love that had only deepened with time. "Thank you," I said quietly, "for believing in an impossible dream, for standing beside me while we made it real, for loving you," he interrupted. "That's not something that requires thanks, Eirlys. That's just what I do, what I'll always do, until the threads themselves unravel." "And even after," I said, "because I've learned something about threads in the past 5 years. They don't really unravel. They just transform, change shape, connect to new things." I looked at him, at my mate and partner and friend. We're building something that will outlast us. Students who will teach other students. Reforms that will spread to other territories. A world where being different is celebrated instead of feared. That's the kind of legacy that never really ends. "Our threads," he said softly, "woven into everything we've built, connecting past and future, making sure no one else has to fight alone." Exactly. We stood there as the sun set over Shadowmere, watching students practice their gifts, watching a future unfold that neither of us could have imagined 5 years ago. And I realized something profound. I'd spent so long seeing death threads, marking endings, watching connections sever. But what I'd learned, what Lorcan and Nyxera and my entire pack had taught me, was that life threads were just as important. Every connection was forged. Every bond strengthened. Every moment of love and trust and hope is woven into the fabric of existence. Those threads didn't break. They transformed. They endured. They became the story we left behind. And our story, mine and Lorcan's, Shadowmere's, every gifted wolf who'd found sanctuary here, that story was just beginning. The threads would carry it forward long after we were gone. And that was more than enough. That was everything.
The end.
Thank you for following Eirlys's journey from broken healer to thread weaver alpha. If you enjoyed this story of transformation, survival, and finding belonging against impossible odds, please like, comment, and subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more werewolf shifter romances. Share this story with someone who needs to hear that being different isn't being broken, it's being exactly who you're meant to be.